Welcome to Paddling Pool 322, folks. We are going to get into round one real soon. But before that, really quick, hi, it is Zari, joined by the lovely, the amazing Inquiry.
How you doing, Zari? And how are you all doing in the chat?
I think we're ready for some Splatoon. I don't know about the chat, but...
Guess we are. And whose team is that? Deltarune might be out, apparently.
Coming from this specific team, sounds likely.
So yeah, we have round one. Deltarune is out against Spicy Fire Revived. On one side we have Vegito, Colette, iCarly, Comrade, and a Star. Against Spicy, Leon-kun, Jonah, and Fenja. And as you can see, we are starting with a pretty great map. I mean, Tower Control Mako Mod, such a classic and such a map that I don't know anyone that hates that one.
Yeah, no, I don't think I know anyone that has that on their I don't want to play list. Definitely, it's such a like close quarters kind of map where you know what you're getting with it, right? You've got 3 checkpoints. Normally, you're doing well if you see the second one, and you're steamrolling if you get anywhere near the third. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see what kind of comps we get from these two teams and how they'll kind of battle, you know, so this should be good.
Yeah, honestly, should be good, solid starter, but we have some more spicy map coming just after this one, but let's get going instantly. Tower Control Mako Mod, and we have some interesting comp choices with a double Slayer on the orange side because we have a Carbon and a Wiper.
Oh my goodness, versus an E-leader. All right, this is interesting. Rest of that kind of makes sense, I suppose. But already one down on each side, that E-leader back to spawn along with the Wiper. So that does kind of even it out a little bit. But yeah, just keeping that fight in mid at the moment.
Yeah, keeping that fight in mid, and we're taking the tower on the side of Spicy Fire Revive. Be careful about that Zap Noob getting splatted, and that's a delayed wipeout, I think. So very solid opening, and look at how they are already down that plat to, yeah, just get everyone that tries to go in.
Yeah, if Spicy Fire Revived has anything to say about this, I don't think Deltarune is out. But it still depends. We'll see. They're still
Yeah,
pushing
still
past that
possible.
first checkpoint.
Yeah, past that first checkpoint, the Wiper is going to jump a bit off right there. Be careful about that crab. It can do a lot of things if correctly placed. But they had trouble finding some aim, so yeah, it's back to neutral position. But I mean, T-Tech is still there. T-Tech is still behind those lines, and yeah, still ready to disrupt a bit the defense.
Yes, indeed. It did seem like Spicy Fire Revive was trying to find their footing there, but it just didn't end up going that way. And we're seeing here that Deltarune is continuing to push and will kind of. Yeah, well, as I say that, to go down on both sides, seems a little less solid footing there, and Spicy Fire Revived are finally back out of their spawn again.
Yeah, back in their spawn, but I mean, they need to push. They need to push eventually. We already have 2 minutes down the clock, 3 minutes left, and yeah, the pressure is still going for Deltarune. Like, look at that heavy edit on that bottom left, menacing the leader. Not getting the pick, but I mean, as long as you apply pressure, it's gonna have the same effect.
Yep, if you can get that E-leader either out of position or just incredibly uncomfy wherever they are, then they can't really set up for a shot. But we're seeing here 2 down. I think that was actually a third as well on the side of Spicy Fire Revived, meaning that any kind of push they were working on has well and truly finished.
Yeah, already finished, and it's already back to work for Deltarune. Oh, never mind. That's a very good -2, almost -3. The 2 last quit standing are the Carbon and the T-Tech. Yeah, they are not doing well. Maybe Spicy Fire can try and come back and maybe have a push. But for the moment, it seems kind of compromised.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to get something moving there, but as you were saying there, just compromise. They can't actually get it, like the momentum. They are missing the momentum with their pushes. But both teams, in fact, kind of get started and then it just doesn't really, like the follow through of it isn't really there. Something goes wrong. And we're seeing that as we go back to this kind of default mid situation, but with 2 down on the side of Spicy Fire Revive, Deltarune can have another go at getting towards that second checkpoint.
Yeah, they'll try to do it. They have a very good offense. I mean, both teams have a bit of trouble to really have impressive pushes. It's just that Deltarune, their defense is so strong, Spicy Fire can't even think about pushing for the moment. But never mind, Deltarune is proving me wrong right now because they have a solid push going out. Never mind, getting splatted, -1, -2, -3, and that's almost a delayed wiper. But wait, Aloha with that wiper, still moving around, still dancing and trying to disrupt any kind of defense and any kind of offensive move.
Definitely able to stop Spicy Fire Revived from kind of like having a concerted effort to just push immediately. They had that kind of delay effect as they were trying to track down that wiper. But they're still alive, and down goes the crab instead, meaning that what Spicy Fire Revived? Not happening. That push, yet again, delayed, and whenever there's only 10 seconds left, they don't have time to do that.
They don't have the time, but they don't have the players because they are all down. And that's going to be game 1 for Deltarune.
Very, very well played to Deltarune there. It did seem a little bit at the beginning like they were kind of not finding their stride. They were still definitely getting the picks they needed, but not getting as much out of like the opportunities they were able to garner. But then later in the game that they kind of found their footing, and we saw as they were able to push up to that second checkpoint and hold back whatever Spicy Fire Revived did.
Yeah, that was a nice, like very, very nice push at the end, and they managed to honestly keep control of whatever's happening on the game during the whole time. Like they never let go of their plat, almost never let go of mid, and that's a big reason why Spicy Fire couldn't push, because they couldn't keep Deltarune away from mid, away from their plat, because they just didn't have the kill power to do.
Mm-hmm. And even when they got the triple, it wasn't enough to actually get like control. Really, they still had that wiper.
There was always someone waiting and sharking and dancing around to disrupt and make them lose time. So yeah.
Yep, exactly. I'd wonder going into the second game of the set, which yet again they're now on match point. Actually, important to note because we're best of 3. But going into the second game of the set, I would wonder if they're going to. They might not keep that E leader, Spicy Fire Revived. I'm not sure if they got as much out of it as they were looking for.
I mean, getting rid of a leader on Crableg Capital would be a strange move. I think, because I mean, it's Crableg, like it's probably the most open map of the game. An E-liter is so good there. I mean, maybe swap it for a pencil, maybe get some more turf going, get some more aggression, a cooler, something like that. But you want to have range on that one.
Yes, I think it can work well, but I'm just not sure if it's not getting the kill potential out of it, then there are better long-range weapons for this. But they very well could keep it, absolutely. And you never know, it might be a situation where they switch to the other one. But they do change.
They do change, but yeah, it's they change for a Z plus F, so not that big of a change. But they do have a Dread Ringer, which is pretty interesting. But that's not the fate they were expecting for that for their Ringer, and that's already a -2 right at the start. And yeah, it's looking pretty good for the moment for Deltarune.
Yes, indeed. They're able to kind of push up toward... Yep, they're continuing to get kills and able to push up towards the goal, getting it quite decisively there. Now, they do have to be careful as they progress because of that sniper that's sitting up there. But if they're able to get some picks, it might be that bit easier, but I don't think they have not been able to do that. Oh, never mind!
Again, and that's the wipeout. Wow, the game is flowing for Deltarune. Just steamrolling for the moment. No, it's up to 4 points. There's one player standing, and that's not going to be enough to get to the KO. But I mean, that V-Shot is still doing some work here.
Yes, indeed. Definitely they are. And because that not everyone goes down, they were able to give jumps and still keep mid there. Oh my goodness.
What are you doing? Well,
why did they get that close that quickly? That was not what they were looking for there. Spicy Fire Revived need to find their way out, and this is not what's happening right now.
I mean, they have a way to mid right now, but be careful because they're still like... I mean, there's a carbon sharking. There's a carbon shaking. We all see it. We are all seeing them getting the first pick, but I mean, the bucket on the right side is doing some amazing work here. But they don't have the call. They just don't go for the carbon. They just keep on the pressure, and carbon just, yeah, let it do their work. They can wait.
Yeah, indeed. We just have to make sure that they can't get to the Rainmaker, and then they're a little less of a struggle until they get, of course, their special. Then that can be a problem. But, yeah, still not quite, they're not able to get across the grates there to even try to do the goal yet. Or actually, yeah, definitely not with only a sniper alive.
That's going to be the end of the push, and Deltarune are already in position to fight. Like they have a double Trizuka. Nice shot by the Splatterscope, but for the moment, the situation seems pretty locked down for both teams. I mean, Spicy needs to defend, and Deltarune aren't in position to really make a great push.
But
So
to
yeah,
be
it's going
fair,
to be the death of the Rainmaker, and yeah, go back to mid, just go back to neutral position, and Spicy Fire needs to find a huge opening right there.
yes, indeed. I'm sure Deltarune would love to be able to get another really big push on their hands, but they don't need one as long as they keep fighting in mid and continuing to try and push Spicy Fire Revived out as they're doing yet again. That is 3 down on the side of Spicy Fire Revived. Not what they need, especially when we're coming into the last minute and a half of the game. They need to find that Rainmaker and get it moving.
Get it moving. They will find that Rainmaker because, I mean, it's the last player standing for Deltarune. But, I mean, those spots that the Rainmaker die in are so inconvenient to start a push. Like, it makes Spicy Fire lose so much time because it's basically on the corner of the map and you have to go up. You have to make a jump on the ramp. That's not a convenient spot you want to start a push from.
Certainly not. And truly, it does not help as they're trying, as they're now stuck again in their spawn, and there is just a Rainmaker constantly trying to kill them on the way. So even when they're able to get the picks here, that's 2 down just to achieve getting the Rainmaker dead. Never mind in their own hands.
I mean, to me, like, right now, Deltarune are just playing the clock. They are still trying to get that Rainmaker moving, but always on the bottom right. And that's why Spicy Fire are losing so much time. And that's all because Deltarune are, like, they just know it's such a convenient spot for them. Because even if they don't push, they don't need to. They have 4 points left. They just need to make Spicy Fire lose time there. A wipeout. Yeah, that's going to be the end of game 2, and that's a straight 2-0 for Deltarune is out, making their way up the bracket.
Yes, indeed, and a very decisive 2-0 at that. There was they didn't even let Spicy Fire Revived have the chance to have like that last second overtime push either game. They weren't waiting for that. The time's up. We're done. Let's move on. They weren't going to let that happen either time. But yeah, Deltarune is out. Definitely able to just hold on to the objective both times and make very good pushes and just get they had the kill part that Spicy Fire Revive just didn't have in return.
I mean, yeah, there was just solidity overall, the ability to make one great push and then hold it, keep the pressure on. And when you're losing some people, losing some players, you're not losing all of them, which makes pushing harder for the opposing team. I mean, if you still have 1 or 2 players hanging there and dancing around, of course it's going to make the other team lose a lot of time and gives you the ability to come back in time.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So they played that incredibly well, and kind of just kept Spicy Fire Revived on the back foot the whole way through. So yeah, fair play to both of those teams though, because there were moments where Spicy Fire Revive was able to kind of like work their way out of being pushed back so far. They got to mid, they got the objective, but just weren't able to kind of deal with what Deltarune was doing. Even when they got 3 down, it was never enough. So yes, that well done, but Deltarune is out. We'll be continuing on to round 2 of winners.
Yep, and we'll just have a short break, time to set up the round number 2. Stay tuned for more paddling pool action. And welcome back to Padding Pool 322. I am Incurie, joined by the Rini for the round number 2 of this tournament. Distinct versus Chickenburger. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing it right.
Yes, spoiler alert, we are not German. Yeah, pronunciation of that is not going to be exactly in line. But yes, at least this one, we do not have to look up what it means, which I always appreciate. So I'm going to call them chicken burger because that's so much easier. But yes, we are going to be starting on Rainmaker on Umami Ruins. And another important thing to mention is that chicken burger, also just had a hell of an upset. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Because they are seed 21, and they just well, to be fair, it came to game 3. They beat seed 12. So okay. I don't think Trigger Happy were expecting that coming out of that first round, but does mean that they are down in losers and they're going to have to fight their way back up again. And Chicken Burger gets to be in round 2 of winners, but we'll have to see if Distinct can kind of put them where we were kind of expecting them to be at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I expect Distinct to do the work here. I mean, seed 5th. Like, I mean, it's something to take out C12, but 5th? That's another story.
Indeed, but it is important to note that Distinct tend to have, they do have comps that are a little bit out of the ordinary. They don't tend to run a cooler, I think, on principle, so they do play a little bit differently. But already, straight out the bat, both these teams just looking for an advantage, both lose a player.
Yeah, both would lose a player, but that's still a great opening for Distinct. The Mini on that right side here doing some great work, the Splattershot Pro, and yeah, they're starting to finally push the bow, get the Rainmaker in their tentacles, but get punished by the Blaster right after the first checkpoint. And that's already the end of the push.
Yes, indeed, and that's also 3 down for that push, and that first the checkpoint even, is not really much of a checkpoint, because you can just kind of jump off of that middle block and you're there. So it's just a bit of a delay, really. But 1 down on either side here, as Distinct have a lot of, a lot to cover, a lot to push up, to kind of get their advantage they had earlier back.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how it goes for now, but Distinct still have the lead at the moment, but they're losing some player. The bow is down. They have some specials, but I mean, both teams have their specials. Oh, Chicken Burger are dying for the moment. The Krabby is on the right side. Rainmaker on the left getting splatted. And yeah, Krabby is the only one standing. Not anymore.
Indeed, not anymore. Unfortunately, that bomb was not really in view. But that is, I do believe, 3 down. Tiger the only one up, still kind of fighting to stay alive in mid, but not in the best of situations. But yeah, already they are back on the back foot again, trying to kind of pin up, make sure that no one can flank them. Able to get 2 down, which is good, but not stop them from getting that checkpoint.
Yep, not stopping them, but I mean, it's still 1 point less than their opponents. So yeah, Distinct will have the opportunity to push. They have the big bubble ready, and that's already a massive one here. 50 points left, 40, 30. That's a nice push, and it's still going because there's minus. Oh, the wipeout!
Yes, indeed. The Blaster is able to jump in and push them out, get the picks they needed, and with 3 down, that will be the end of that push. They're making sure to kind of send someone ahead to try and get as much coverage in mid, try and help themselves out, as they are going to have to do a push of their own and get to 18. But hello, Bucket, what the hell? Oh, they didn't move it! They didn't move it!
Wow.
Oh my god.
That was close. That was really, really close, and it's still going for the moment. Distinct with a great momentum. Right now, the mini trying to push a bit with the teammates. I mean, they have still interesting comps. Like Mini is not usual, Roller's not usual, Bo isn't. But yeah, -3 right now, and that's gonna be an opportunity for Chickenburger to push. They have 3 specials. I believe the tactical has already been launched. And yeah, we'll see how this thing will answer this. But for the moment, they're kind of locked in their spawn.
Yes, indeed. They're trying not to overextend here. And with 2 down, they should be able to tidy this up. Important to note, one of those players who went down ended up going down to a random curling bomb, which you don't see every day. But they're still able to keep this Rainmaker alive. We're into the last minute here. They are finding the picks they need to kind of keep this alive. I do not think this is exactly...
Rough found? Yep.
Oh, never mind. I was going to say exactly what they were looking for, but it definitely was. They're trying to just get back that control and succeeding so incredibly well. Without the opportunity to get near that the objective, Chickenburger might not have the ability to do much, but with the reset, that could change.
Yeah, there isn't much time left. To be fair, I mean, this thing's defense is really solid right now. They have all the players they need. They have a hammer, they have a big bubbler. The boy is in a great position, in a great shape. Oh, that's a -2. That might be something. That might be something.
Indeed, they've still got the shield ready. But of course, as a roller, you want to use that as late as possible, and it doesn't end up being necessary. I do believe that was the bow able to get the shot to end the game, stop them from having any real extra overtime there, and just say we're done with that. Let's move.
Yep, let's move on, and that's going to be game 1 for Distinct. Moving on. And I don't remember what map is in game number 2.
I do believe Robo Robin on Splat Zone.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, it certainly is. But yeah, there were definitely moments there where Chickenburger was able to kind of like get pushes going, able to get some stuff done, but just not in comparison to what Distinct achieved there. And especially with that, the Rainmaker steal, pushing it to 1, making it that much more difficult. Truly, yeah. Oh, and that hammer throw, incredible.
Yeah, hammer throw is really good.
But yeah, this is going to be very much an uphill battle for Chickenburger, especially because Distinct is seed 5th for a reason, right? Like, they're up there because they are very consistent on this. And going into second game, it's possible, but it's going to be difficult for Chickenburger to take this.
Definitely gonna be difficult, but we have to believe in them, though. I mean, everything is possible, especially in Zone Robo. I've seen a lot of surprises on that one.
Yep, if you're able to lock them out, if you're able to keep the fight off mid, you can't, like, that timer can really run away from you. So, yeah, with Splat Zones, you just need to keep everyone's attention as far away from that zone as possible and have it be in your color, and then you're solid. That's what you need. That's how you win that.
Definitely. Sorry, we will see how it goes. This thing, I don't think we will have any surprise. I mean, as you said, they are very consistent, always trying to take the spot in the last 4 places of each paddling pool. I mean, I see them all the time in the last round of the bracket, so yeah. And whatever's happening, it will be a great run for Chickenburger.
This is already further than I think maybe they were expecting to get to, and they are putting up a hell of a fight. So still definitely all to play for. They could still take this, but Oh my god, do they need to have a bit of a god run here? So already straight off the bat, Distinct able to get the zone first, kind of pushing Chickenburger off of it and keeping them separated. But even though 2 go down for Chickenburger, 1 does end up dying on the zone. They're able to paint it up, Rafa able to tidy up, and they will solidify their hold.
Yeah, we'll solidify the hold. 60 points left. Chickenburger need to come back right now. They have a big bubble, but they are losing it. And look at that roller just cruising and steamrolling the defense. Ruga is forced to jump down on the left side. That's a flank. That's definitely a great flank position, but be careful because there's a bucket coming. Taking the kill though, that's a great -2, but it's barely not enough.
Yes, indeed. You also have to keep in mind you need to get the paint down and quickly. And if they're not able to, there we go. If they weren't able to get that full coverage on the zone, then it wouldn't have mattered much that they'd stalled a couple seconds. But they're able to put down those penalty points, which even if they lose this fight for neutral, means they have so much more like room to breathe and get back in with a push of their own.
Yeah, they definitely can. Let's see how it goes. For the moment, they are losing some players. Chickenburger are trying. Oh, they got the zone back. Got the zone. I mean, it's still a nice thing to do. Like, even if you're dying, just try to stop the zone and get it for your own because it will inflict the penalty. Oh, that's a -3, and that's a huge -3 because the boy, the last player standing. There are some jumps, but it let Chickenburger breathe.
And formulate how they're going to push up, how they're going to deal with players. But already that is 2 down on the side of Chickenburger and will mean that it is that much easier for Distinct to kind of get them off the zone, clean up, and push forward. But as I'm saying that, they're not going that far forward. I think because they're so aware of what that sniper can do to them very quickly. But it's it is the Zuka that takes them out, but Rafa took so much.
It deals so much damage, but for the moment, yeah, these things are in great position. They're not letting go of the zone. For, as long as Chickenburger wants them to let go of the zone, but yeah, very solid overall. The defense is amazing right now. Chickenburger have a lot of trouble actually pushing. Even if they get the zone like a bit, they can't hold it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the defense, once they have it, is just not as strong as what Distinct is able to kind of throw at them. Incredible hammer there. Immediately able to help them repaint that with the kill. But 2v3 will mean that Mooj is not going to be able to hold that all by themselves and does have to back up. This is the first point in the game, actually, where Distinct did not have control of kind of that corner on their way into mid. Makes it... This is what Chickenburger needs, right? They need to space Distinct out as far as possible. But it doesn't last.
For the moment, Ruga was the only player standing for a while. Tiger able to go forward and actually push. Splashdown is going to take a nice kill on Rafa, but is it enough? It is! It is enough for Chickenburger to try and again take full control of them. That's a delayed wipeout. And that's very important because 50 seconds left. Chickenburger can't lose the zone right now. They can't.
No, they do not have the time. They do not have the space, but they are losing players, and that leads to losing zones, which is exactly not what they need right now. And almost perfectly, Distinct walks in, gets the picks, walks further, uses the hammer, and just cleans it back up again. That looked like it was maybe going to be a very different game, but Chickenburger backed up into spawn. There really isn't much they can do. They've got less than 15 seconds here. They need this zone, but they can't.
They can't, but I mean, the game was different in a way because Chickenburger did a great job. They put up a hell of a fight, honestly.
That they definitely did. They got into a very prime position right near the end there, but it was just like their ability to hold was just not quite strong enough against what Distinct was throwing at them. And just they that's where they needed to be a lot more during that game, I think.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, it is what it is.
Hmm.
They fought fifth seed, and it was a great game. Honestly, game two was really good on their side. They never let go, and they never. Yeah, they just fought it till the end, and that's what we want to see. Like the game seemed lost at the beginning, like push to four, and they came back.
Hmm. They didn't take that as them having to kind of bow out of it. There was still, as long as it wasn't KO, there was still a chance, there was still a possibility there, and they were able to get into position, able to kind of try and make the most of it, but just Distinct to seed fifth for a reason.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. Chickenburger are down to losers bracket. Will they have a loser run? That's what we'll see. Just after, and we already have game three. I mean, we already have set number three. Sorry.
But as we wait to get people into the lobby, we will be back really soon. I don't think this break will take long at all, but see you guys shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to Paddling Pool 322. And we have we have two
We
teams.
have some great names.
Yeah, why do people do this? Because it makes us struggle. So I look at that German word and I'm like, that is definitely a German word. It does mean liability insurance, all right, in German. But
It does.
you can take our word for it. And then the other team is a Joker card, aka Balatro, because so I think we're just gonna call them Insurance versus Balatro or Joker. We'll see how we feel. But yeah, this is between specifically Seed 3 and Seed 6, so kind of more along the lines of what you'd expect at this point. And we're going to be starting on Splat Zone's Humpback, which is interesting because normally Humpback, I only really see it as the tiebreaker. So
Yeah, it's a Rainmaker tiebreaker normally.
So cool to see it actually being picked and not for Rainmaker.
I mean, I only know one team that would pick Humpback Pump Strike willingly. So yeah, it's interesting, but I mean, it's definitely an interesting map to me. It got a lot of special thing going. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. And we have some pretty interesting comps. Of course, we have a Bucket and a Blaster on one side, but not on the other. But we do have a Junior on Mondy's side. We have also a Decapitator, which is really, really good. And for the moment, the Insurance is taking over. Which is a terrible sentence to say.
Indeed, that's not what we want. So, Balatro, Joker coming back, able to take back the zone, protect it, get past what is really not a lead, and continue to push through and kind of just keep up the pressure as that zone ticks down.
Yep, it is ticking down for Balatro. 50 points left, almost. Xenox on the right side trying to take over, but be careful about that. Oh, the hammer almost took a kill. But yeah, went a bit wide, and that enables Germany Insurance to take the zone and yeah, install themselves for the moment.
Yes, indeed. Certainly a strat to say if we put 2 bubbles on this zone, you can't do anything about it without strikes. Which is important to note that Joker, they do have a set of strikes on their side for those types of scenarios, but that's not going to see very much use at the moment as they're the only ones fighting in that bottom trench area. Germany Insurance able to kind of just keep it going. They're into the 20s now.
They're into the 20s, but I mean, I don't think it will. They will hold with the disconnection. I mean, Mondy made a great work with that hammer and that bubbler. The decav staying on the left side, dying, and yeah, that was close. But Balatro is going to go on the zone, and I don't want to sound defeatist, but it sounds over. It feels over.
It does indeed. I also just had a quick look there to see who actually picked this, and it is the Joker card. Joker card team, yep. Balatro, they picked this. This is what they wanted. They are able to get through those penalty points. They're making headway here, but we can imagine that the Insurance, they are working on their way in here. But yeah, I don't know what you're gonna do really in this scenario. Try.
That's a really, really tough scenario to be in, and yeah, that's unfortunate because they were doing an amazing job at holding the zone and at getting the advantage. They fell short because of the disconnection.
Yeah, yes, they did, and also there was no replay to be had whenever you've pushed that far, that quickly. That is something that at times can kind of shoot you in the foot a little bit. You've done so well, and suddenly you do not have the players to protect your lead. But they certainly they played well, and hopefully if that's the only disconnect, they will be able to fight their way back through this. They've shown that, and we should be coming up on a pick of their own. Yep, I do believe so. So Hagglefish Market on Tower Control is one that the insurance have picked.
I mean, it's definitely winnable because it is best of 5.
Mm-hmm.
Best of 5, you can come back from pretty far, so I do see German Insurance coming back in that set.
Mm-hmm. They definitely have it in them. It just depends on if Joker can kind of keep up the momentum they've started, and kind of make it difficult for the insurance to find their kind of footing and steamroll. So it does really depend on how on if Joker is able to keep this momentum, and how hopefully we keep all the players in the lobby. That would be good.
That would be an important thing to watch out for, definitely.
Indeed.
And right now the game is starting with, I mean, I guess it's the exact same composition. No, Mondi switched over to a V-shot, so a bit more aggressiveness. I mean, Mondi is known to have a pretty aggressive junior, so if you put a V-shot behind the tentacles, they can be pretty deadly, but right now, maybe I spoke too soon and I'm getting commentator cursed.
It's always a possibility. But yeah, definitely the insurance took a bit more of a hard hit there, but they are fighting back. And with 2 down on the side of Joker, they will be able to get that much further in here. And definitely get a bit more done, let's just say. And they've got lead. They're heading towards that first checkpoint. They are going to be able to kind of keep this mid covered for now.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see how everything plays. But right now, Germany Insurance are looking very good. They have a great push. The second checkpoint is now down, and past that checkpoint, it's almost a steamroll. The third one is very hard.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still a possibility because you input so much pressure once you're there. But that's a wipeout, that's a great defense, but 10 points left. Not gonna be easy.
No, not in the slightest. Like, it's good that they didn't let them get through that final checkpoint, but like, that final checkpoint is almost, like, not even, like, once you get there, unless you get steamrolled in response, like, it almost feels at times like that is just game, right? You need to get so incredibly far to do that. Like, first checkpoint, you tend to be able to get through. Second checkpoint tends to be where the teams are fighting it out. But getting to third, that is a struggle for Joker, and they need to match that.
They definitely needed to match that, but for the moment it's working pretty well. Never mind, the crab is going out. And that's a hard hit to tank, because losing 2 players while a great push was on the way.
Not ideal. They did get through the checkpoint. That is still important. But, really, Joker are on the back foot. There is still plenty of time. We've got over 2 minutes. But, when the goal is 9, it never feels like there's enough time, really. So Joker need to get back out of their spawn and kind of get that push moving again as soon as possible.
Yep, let's see how it goes. For the moment it's one down, it is 2 down for Germany Insurance. They have to prepare the defense if they want to do something, but
Ooh.
1 minute and 40 seconds, they have time to do so, but Balatro are steamrolling right now.
Yes, indeed. This was what they needed here, but they need to get ahead of that tower and get in kind of behind Germany Insurance, if at all possible. They need to kind of push them out, make them uncomfortable where they're standing if they want to get through that second checkpoint.
Definitely. For the moment, it's kind of hard to push. I mean, Germany Insurance are back so quickly. That's a nice kill. That's a nice kill on the decavitator, but defense is still there. Duka is out by Monty trying to pick a kill too, not getting any. But as long as you make them lose time, it will be fine. Luna Blaster on the bottom left trying to find an opening. The kill is taken on Monty, but the pencil is right there, watching for anyone that can threaten them. Oh. Wait, Julie's. It fell.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that happened. Maybe a misplaced dodge, but they did indeed go off the and then somehow. Okay, not going to question that. More important stuff is happening on the tower. They're trying to get through that checkpoint. Are they going to be able to? Just about. That does open it up here. They need to get to that second checkpoint or third one and hold it just a little bit longer. Are they going to be able to do that? Down goes the end zap.
That's done. That's another one. Oh, and that's game number 2 for Germany Insurance. That was a very close one, very close ending.
Yes, indeed. I wasn't sure they were going to make it to that checkpoint, but they did. They just couldn't quite hold it long enough to get to 9. Oh my goodness. Very, very well played by both of those teams. That was so incredibly close.
Incredibly close, but yeah, I mean, honestly, props to German Insurance for that early push. It was a great display, and they had a very solid defense through the rest of the game, so...
They did indeed. Still incredible that they were able to stay on that tower as long as they did that first time. Germany Insurance was able to push up that far, because that is what won them the game, right? That push that they got, had they have not stayed on that tower for as long as they did, they probably would have lost to Joker there, but it worked out for them, and every point counts whenever it comes to games like this with teams that are this close. So very, very well played to both of them, but unfortunate for Joker, they just weren't able to get quite far enough.
Not quite far enough, and let's see, because we will have a completely different game this time, because we're going from tower control on Hagelfish, so pretty open map, pretty basic, but the objective has its own pace. When you're in Rainmaker, you dictate the pace of your push, so you have a lot more grip on what's happening on the game. So it will be very interesting to see. I can see German Insurance winning this one because they were so good at holding the pace in game number 2 and controlling the speed of the game.
Yep, yes, indeed. But if Balatro are able to kind of get the wipe or close to that they need, excuse me, what the hell? I wasn't expecting that. Hold on. Okay.
I mean, Rapid Blast is very, very solid on that map, on that map mode. You have a Vacuum. Like, Vacuum is so incredibly strong at letting the Rainmaker through.
Yep, and especially whenever you get to that point after the first checkpoint where you have to kind of drop below, it could be what keeps you alive. So it makes sense. It just is not what the switcher was expecting from Germany Insurance. But already, they've got the first checkpoint. They've popped the Rainmaker. They've picked it up. There is that Vacuum, getting them that little bit further forward. And I do believe helping them get a pick there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. They didn't get too far, did they?
I think it was too far. Like 35 points left is okay.
Okay.
So I guess he stays inside the role. So
Fair enough. Well, okay. That does mean we'll give that another go. This is so unfortunate for
that was really
German
unfortunate, honestly.
insurance. It's just
Yeah. Okay.
all right. We're getting used that it is a gentleman replay, so regardless, we're getting another go with that one. But yeah, just they opened so well in that game. They were able to get so far. But then there goes the Trulies.
There goes the connection.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great way to remind yourself to secure your connection. I mean, get an Ethernet adapter if you can.
Because this could happen to you.
Honestly, those disconnections do not come from like a bad connection speed. It just comes from instability. So
Yeah, Splatoon does not like to be disconnected for any amount of time. And sometimes, yeah, internet can be a bit wonky. But let's take another go at this, shall we?
Take another go. For the moment, it's neutral position for everyone. We have a great crab on the left side by Mad, and another disconnection!
No! Oh, these Julies! Oh my god, well... Yeah. Oh.
Okay, wow.
We aren't sure if this is another gentleman agreement or if they're just going to have to give it to them. But, we are going to wait and find out. Oh dear. Germany insurance just not having a fun day.
Definitely not. That's not a great way to play if one of your players like keep disconnecting. That's really unfortunate, especially because like they started off game number 3 very, very well.
Yeah, yes they did. They got an incredible push right out the gate. They used their switch in weapons incredibly well. But then just as soon as they kind of settled that, all well and good. Oops, missing a player. So damn, truly not a place to be. Not a fun time.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how it goes. Do we have some update, Jorian? In French.
They're talking in French to each other at the moment.
There's not a single French person in those teams.
There is apparently a single French person on those teams.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Okay, they are out of chances, and they should not have reset that second game. But we're gonna get a replay. I don't know what the Julies has to do, but they need to like keep their internet steady enough for the rest of this because they're out of chances. Have they switched? I think they might have got a sub, maybe. Okay, they have a sub, so the Julies are out to go kind of figure out what's going on with their internet. We have another Cherry Wave player joining joining the team for this. So more Cherry Wave, less pickup, but here we are.
Here we are. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll play a full game.
Maybe we'll get the whole way through a game like we did game 2 and actually keep all the players intact. I hope so. That's what we wish for. But yeah, Germany Insurance. Hopefully the new player has a bit more stable connection.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness! Someone in chat was saying.
I mean, again, it's just very, very unfortunate. I mean, for everyone, because I doubt the fun is there for the viewers.
Like you can't. Yeah, there isn't Splatoon to watch if people are just DCing out of it. We're getting replays, or if they have to play out games 3v4, then it just isn't. Like you're kind of just watching the uphill losing battle of one team, which is not a fun time for the players involved or us watching them. So hopefully get another full game, at least 2 more full games, all players constantly connected, no problems, please.
With another one.
Oh no!
Seriously.
Not what we need, guys.
Oh, that disconnection for everyone this time.
Yay! Well, all right. Let's I suppose ready all that up one more time, guys. I believe in you. This can work. You got this.
We will get it eventually. I mean, we can't go like this forever.
Please. Hopefully, we'll be back into it soon. We'll see our game 3, our real game 3, soon. Maybe. I think everyone has to get back into the lobby. So, we're just gonna have to chill for a little bit. Yeah, we've already discussed Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. It is very much
we've discussed every game. We can't go too far ahead.
Oh, Zoyo Meow versus Distinct are either two versus. Well, they've both got 2, so this is a pivotal. Yeah, 2-all. They're at a pivotal point here. And also they've got their scores are actually quite similar as well.
Comps are interesting as I can see. I mean, we still have a Rapid Pro Deco. This time it's the Kiloweight. It's not the Vacuum. It's the Kiloweight, which is very interesting. But they have kind of a double backline because they have Rapid Pro Deco and Heavy Edit, which plays between like midline backline. And I mean, Distinct, you know the drill, like mini roller, bow, and bucket.
Oh gosh, I can see why they picked Squiffer. Oh my god, especially when we're getting into the last 30 seconds of that match. That is not the position to be in for Distinct. They need to get that Rainmaker, and I think Zoyo Meow are just going to hold it as far away from them as possible, not give them a chance to push it again. They had their opportunity, and I do believe that opportunity is kind of over for them. They do drop down the Rainmaker, pushing it.
Wow. That was a quick flick. That was a quick flick to defend the Rainmaker. They're rushing. And it's still surviving, and that's going to be game number 5 for Zoyo Meow. And that's another huge upset, I think.
I think so. Hold on. That is a very good
Okay,
point.
no, never mind. It
no.
was seed 4 versus seed 5th. So, not an upset. Uh,
A
but still
well-fought
impressive. I mean, that was close.
well-fought battle, though. Seemed very much like it came down to the line there and was literally between Zoyo Meow getting that defense, Squiffer doing so much work there, and Distinct just not quite having like the push on their side to begin with. So very fair play to both of those teams, even though we missed the start of that. Well, most of that set. I can tell it was very close the whole way through then.
Was very close indeed. And let's see what do we have right now? Do we have any information, dear streamer?
That is a
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna do it one more time. And if
Or more
the
if there's no
room...
disconnection.
Yes. Oh gosh, what is with this lobby? And like all of the DCs, fair enough with it being maybe that player, but they replaced the player and they still couldn't even get the lobby to function. Jeez.
I mean, that's weird. Like, even when switching player, like that player disconnects, it's unfortunate, and I don't think it's. I mean, the problem may not be on their side. I don't know. Like, it's a strange situation.
That it is. Yeah, it's definitely a weird one, but very much not in the favor of liability insurance there. They are having a rough time.
I mean, that's a way to call it. Indeed, it is very rough to. I mean, it's sad because they had a pretty solid run overall. I mean, it was. Let me get the bracket. It was their first like truly hard match. Getting into winners round 3, and not being able to play it. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, exactly. And especially since their first game they had that issue, they were doing well in that Splat Zones game, but obviously as soon as you lose a player, there isn't really that much you could do except continue trying to make the most of it. But like Balatro, very much a strong team. They're not the kind of team that are just going to kind of you're not going to be able to walk your way in with 3 players, so not a surprise. And then just like they had such a good second game, they were able to keep it, Germany Insurance that is, but now game 3 only struggles.
Game 3 number 3, I think.
Attempt 3. Are we gonna get it? We are just waiting for everyone to ready up, and then hopefully we'll get another go at this. Third time's a charm. Let's go.
Game is launching. That might be the one. So Rainmaker scored Gorge. And they're keeping the same comps again. So Rapid Pro, Decaf, Zap, and Bucket on the side of Germany Insurance. For Balatro, it's Bucket, Splash, Luna, and Zap. And it's starting off very strong for Germany Insurance, taking the Rainmaker pop instantly, not losing any time, but losing a player, losing 2 from the Crab.
Oh, they still did a lot of damage with that as well. As Joker trying to push up here, there's still that player close to them, keeping them a little bit further back. They were hoping to just walk through with the picks that they got, but the delay there is meaning that they're able to get all of that room back again. And oh, Zonex is pushed way up, but does end up going down.
Yeah, going down, and that's not that huge overpush, only 96, I mean, only 4 points in. Bucket is making a great work though on Balatro's side, keeping people off that Rainmaker and just maintaining some pressure. And yeah, Germany Insurance have a lot of problems going on. They can't really push. They got the kill on the Rainmaker, they got a -2, and look at the decaf going on right side.
Yep, just getting work done. As this bucket just trying to kind of stay alive and space them out as Germany Insurance are trying to get this checkpoint, not able to get it done, but very able to kind of push stuff back with the shot of that vacuum, but they're not going to be able to follow up on that.
I mean, it's the first true push of the game with already 2 minutes, 2 minutes in. So it's still one push, even if it's not huge. It exists, and it has its merit.
Yes, indeed. It is definitely still the lead for the moment, but Balatro able to get 2 picks here, a third. The only one left being the
That's a delayed wipeout. The only one player left is the Rapid.
And there's the lead as they're able to get that checkpoint. But okay, with the vacuum out, they're not able to get the pop they were looking for. And Germany Insurance able to push them out again. 2 points in the lead there for Balatro. But I don't think that's not going to be what wins this. Certainly not between these two teams.
Definitely not. Oh, what a crap, taking instantly the pick on Monty, menaced by the Rapid Blasters. Also, it's only 1 pick. Yeah, it's tough for both teams, but especially for Liability Insurance. They need to push, but the game is so closed at the moment.
It really is. They need to get past that 67 mark, and at the moment they're just kind of biding their time until they get the picks they're looking for. But with one down on both sides, it's not going to be the 2 or 3 kills that they're wanting. And the Rainmaker is just kind of stuck there and then wiped.
Rainmaker is stuck. The Decav is trying to open a way to pave it on that right side. That's maybe the checkpoint, but no! Bombs, then strikes. Everything is launched at that Rainmaker to deny them the checkpoint.
Indeed. And they pushed to 69, but they still don't have the checkpoint, and they do desperately need to get there. This is... We're in the last minute. We've got 1 checkpoint broken, and that's as far as we've gotten. Not often does the fight stay this close to mid. And with 2 down, I don't think... Yeah, I was going to say, Germany Insurance are not going to get what they're looking for with that. Balatro wanting to kind of increase the lead that they have, because 1 point is not anything solid. Let's be real, it wouldn't take too much for Germany Insurance to wipe and push. So they want to get that little bit further forward.
Yeah, they need much more than this. Let's see how it goes, but with 20 seconds left, I mean, they can just hold it. Never mind, they're pushing. I don't think pushing might be a great idea right now. I mean, if they hold the Rainmaker, it was safe. Now it's in the hands of Germany Insurance, and they are in the driver's seat.
Yes,
they are dictating what's happening on that match.
They have all 4 players up at the moment, and they're able to get the Luna. There come the strikes to slow down Germany Insurance, and they're just not far enough up to kind of deal with the crab to try and get rid of what Balatro's throwing at them. But there we go. They finally got the checkpoint in overtime, and they will pop it. There's nothing you can do to stop them, but...
Wow, okay. Never mind, I guess.
Never mind.
And that's going to be game number 3.3 for Balatro. Finally winning the game we were all waiting for.
For quite some time. Okay. All right. That I will say was a very different start to what we saw in game one. I think Balatro were ready for Germany Insurance to kind of like do like that quick push situation that they tried that first game and succeeded with, and it didn't work out that way. And then both teams, because they are so so evenly matched, we're able to kind of keep the fight in mid and weren't able to, like, even when one team got the player advantage, it was not enough to let them steamroll the rest, right?
I mean, that's game 3 done. We're going to game 4 because again it's a BO5, so Liability Insurance can fight back. In Clamblitz Museum, that's a very interesting one.
Yes, indeed. Certainly, certainly one where you gotta have a hell of a push going. It can help as well to have that bubble. So I would expect that Decav to be very, very aggressive in trying to get that in position. And yeah, I would expect these teams to duke it out quite a bit in mid, and then start trading back and forth pushes. So yeah, I look forward to see how this goes between them, because this is a pretty good Clams map specifically.
Yeah, honestly, Museum is really, really solid in Clamblitz. So we'll discover how it goes, because it always brings some interesting fights to the table. There are always some new situations to discover, but at the same time, you know what will happen.
Yep. Okay, interesting. We have a Rapid Blaster coming out on the side of Balatro this time, as Germany Insurance decide they've done their Rapid Blaster plays, and go back to that Sniper Rider. Rapid Blaster also goes down immediately, so we're not going to see what they were looking to get done with that just yet.
Just yet. They will come back eventually. But yeah, game number 1 is done, and game number 1, sorry, game number 4 is on the way. 2 plays done on the side of Balatro, but no push right now for Germany Insurance. They are lacking some options to really push, because on Museum d'Alfonsino you need like a -3, -4 if you want to push. Like a -2 isn't enough.
Yes, because you need to not only get up that ramp, but then get through the spinner, and it can be quite open and leave you quite vulnerable as you're doing that. But as we're saying that, there is the bubble. They're able to get up close. They're able to get an additional clam in or two. I do not think they have much else yet. Oh, never mind. They're able to get at least. Oh, no, never mind. That will be all for that push. And put us back into fighting a little bit further up the map. Ooh.
Further up the map, and maybe that's the opportunity Balatro is looking for, but Mad is having some trouble going up. I mean, defenses are really, really strong at the moment. There's nothing going through.
Yep, they are not really making a very much of a dent here. They do lose the Luna, but also are able to take down the bucket here. But as we're seeing, they've been pushed way back into mid, and they're going to lose that power clam.
Yeah, losing the power clam, you see, is huge, because now you have to do it all again. They had a shot and they lost it. And Germany Insurance are taking control of the map, taking control of the mid, and they have now their own shot at pushing and getting another clam in the baskets.
Yes, indeed they do. But are they going to be able to make use of it? I don't think so.
I mean, we'll see because they are still in control. Like they haven't let go of the mid for quite some time now.
That is very true. They continue to keep that pressure up. They're just going to have to build another power clam before they can push in with it. And there we go. There is kind of the catalyst to their push with so many strikes. But already they've been pushed well back to the other side of mid, meaning that the advantage they were looking to use there is no longer really in their control. We're in the last 2 minutes now, almost last minute and a half, and these strikes, what is this? It's just become a bit of a strike farming episode.
I mean, why not? As long as it's working, because the clam is getting in. They have another one. The kills are going for it, but they need the power clam in. No!
No, they're not able
The
to do
power clam
it.
isn't in. Maybe that's another shot. And no, in Germany, Insurance with a huge defense. That was so close, but they made it. They made it.
They protected it, and will mean that Balatro needs to get themselves another power clam and another opportunity before, well, it's less than a minute now, so before the end of the game. They need that to be able to get another push going, and if it comes to it, to get overtime.
Oh, what a double kill! What a double kill! That may be the opening they were looking for.
they-
No, they don't have the. Oh, yes, they do!
They
do
do!
have the
They
power
do!
clam, and that's going to be the lead. The opening
Yes!
with only 20 seconds left. That's huge, and that's a huge hit on Germany Insurance. That's a huge hit on the mental side.
And makes it very clear that they need to push now. They were just ready to sit back, relax, and keep that defense up, but it wasn't enough, so now they need to be ready to just push like it, now the game depends on it.
And
The
game
round
does
depends
depend
on it.
So.
They were looking at just sliding on into getting to a game 5, but this is no longer confirmed, and with overtime running out, that's it.
That's it. Oh my god. I mean, it's almost like German Insurance got like robbed twice. Game 1 they had it, they lost because of disconnection, and game number 2 they just lost in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, they had it. They had defended it so incredibly well, but you have to keep defending until the timer takes down. And when they didn't have enough of a push that could have survived a single power clam, then you have to stay on your toes. They could come and put in a power clam at any time, and that is exactly what Balatro was able to do there.
Yep, and amazing work by them. I mean, this win is huge. It gets them to round 4, and if I'm not mistaken, round 4 is the winner's semis, which is huge, which is very very good. It enables you to have a very very big result. We'll see how it goes. Liability Insurance are going down into losers bracket, and we'll just have a very short break before the next set. Don't go anywhere, we're coming back. And welcome back to Paddling Pool 322. We are back after that long set again with Balatro, but this time this is our winner semi-finals. We have WoW against Balatro, two of the top teams seeded for this tournament. But it was only expected, so let's see how it goes. And I am still Inquiry, joined by Zarini.
Indeed. And what a place to start this set on with Clan Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy. Yet again, another one we mostly see as a tiebreaker, but cool to see that that's where we're beginning this set. And interesting pick. You don't see it often on Clams.
Honestly, interesting pick. That's true, but at the same time, the map is really solid in itself. Like, it's really good. It does the job. It gets the job done. So very interesting. I mean, you have a pretty open mid, but at the same time, you gotta keep watching those flanks.
Yep.
I know for a fact that some weapons like brushes like to sneak around with some clams. So yeah, keep watching, and it should be good to go.
Yes, it should be. Keep an eye out. But what have we got here? Okay, right. That Balatro makes sense. We've been seeing them throughout the entirety of the last set. But interesting to see a Nautilus, especially the splashdown one, coming out from the side of WoW there. And also that blaster to just kind of deal with I suppose the Luna, or at least try to.
Yep, and that's an interesting start because both teams are fighting a lot on this one. We got Balatro on that left side with the Crab doing some great work, but be careful because there is Yasmina, the blaster making some great kills, but not enough, and they're getting punished, but be careful! Echo on that left side with the Splash-O-Matic, again dancing around and making Balatro lose some time.
Yes, indeed. But both of these teams still kind of fighting over mid here. Balatro got a bit more of the clam economy going on in their favor. But with one down on each side, they don't quite have the ability to push yet. But with that kill, that might be the change that they needed to find their way towards the basket. And there it is! First basket of the game. They're able to get the power clam in. Anything else, though?
Anything else? Yep, some more power, some more little clams by Agathe, and that's a push. It's not huge, but it is. But yeah, WoW are already here to push back. Echo with the Crab. We have the power clam going on, but do they have some little clams to toss in the basket? Yeah, they do,
yes.
And that's the lead.
It is.
Oh, it's still going.
Oh, they continue. But it does seem like there we go. There, it's finally kind of tidied up. Blaster pushing in to see what they can get done, but they aren't going to be able to push up at the moment, and they back out instead of getting caught down there. So yeah, that is a good push from WoW. Definitely able to get the lead. They would want more of a solid kind of lead than that, but still a good place to start.
Great start. That's how you want to start that's how you want to start a game, and they going for it again. I mean, they have the power clam, they have some special, the Crab, the Booyah Bomb, Echo on that left side sneaking in, but be careful. 429 here on the left with the Luna Blaster. Is it enough to stop? Yep, definitely it is. Just outputting some pressure, taking some kills, and like, your teammates are getting the job done too, so.
And certainly, if you don't have to use your special to stop the objective because someone else got you, that's great to hear. But it does seem like, wow, now on this back foot, trying to kind of find a position to repel Balatro back with, but they are losing players one after another. The Sniper, they're trying to hold down that ramp, but are they going to be able to do it for long enough?
That's a question. That's a question. They need to push on the side of Balatro. They have the power climb, but they only have one special, being a hammer. It can open some ways, but it's not enough. But we've seen, I think, the strike. We've seen the tactical going down. They are locked in their spawn. They were in position to push, and now they are locked in their spawn by a single S blast. And it's oh wow, what a counter push by WoW.
Oh my goodness! Incredible push there. Are they going to be able to get anything else in? It does not seem so. But incredible for those. They were so set up to push, but it just didn't end up transpiring. They didn't get what they wanted out of that. So there we go. Balatro again able to get in 2 power clamps, and that will be lead.
That will be lead. That's it for Balatro. And 30 seconds in, you have, I mean, 30 seconds left, sorry. You have a lead, which is pretty okay. I mean, it's not the lead that's taken back with only a power climb. You need a built-in push. Hog Rider getting splatted. That's a nice grab by Matt, but be careful because of that Booyah Bomb by Yasmina. The power climb is in. They have a second one coming, but Yasmina is still trying to open the way. That may do the work. No, they don't have the time.
Oh, they do not. But they're still sitting here. They are ready for the moment that they get it. They are holding this power climb and holding the space, and that will be lead. Oh my gosh.
That will be the lead, yes, eventually, and that's game 1, but they were looking for that game. I mean, they fought for it very, very hard.
They did. It took time for both of those teams to get pushes that were a little bit further than kind of the 70s and the kind of and the 60s, right? It took them a while to get down anywhere near like the 50-point marker, and they had to fight for every single clam and power clam that they got anywhere near that basket. They had to secure it first, and Yasmina did so well at just holding that space enough
Yasmina
for their
was amazing.
Yeah.
that
really
blaster
made the
just
difference.
holding the position, taking some peaks where they were possible.
Just kind of like leading the game a little bit more in their favor there, and making sure that the space they needed was theirs at just the right moment at the right time. So yeah, that does mean going into game 2, that WoW are kind of set up a little bit more than Balatro, but you know, it's a best of 5, right? That was incredibly close.
You can come back easily.
It doesn't take too much. So we are going to be moving on to Target Troll on Hagglefish Market as our next game of the set, which we've talked about this. We've mentioned it. Hagglefish Market.
And we've seen it.
Yeah, is a map, is a mode. They work well together. They're very standard. So it's not a surprise that we have already seen it in another set today.
Definitely not. The question here is like, how will each team work on that map mode? Because it's one where you can do a lot of things. You can play the game differently. Like, whether your comp is aggressive, passive, whether you have like a blaster that can poke at the ledges, or if you have a carbon that can sneak in. There's a lot to be done on that map, and that's why it's so loved. Like, you can play whatever you want.
Yes, you can. And I would be quite shocked if we lost either of those blasters coming into this. We gained another one. Yep, that makes sense. So yeah, we're gonna have a lot of blaster shenanigans going on here, and that, yeah, rest of that makes sense to me. Those team comps make a lot of sense. But already blaster down on the side of WoW. Not a good start.
Not a good start for WoW, but I mean, Balatro on their side are doing a great job. WoW is still holding in. WoW with that crab are holding it. And that's only 10 points in. And look at how fast they take back the mid. Look at how fast they take back control of everything.
Absolutely. They were not going to let up on that space for very long. Sniper Rider able to get the final shots they need on that player and keep that tower moving already to the first checkpoint. And the specials on the side of WoW should make it even more difficult for Balatro to see that tower.
Yep, we'll see how it goes, but for the moment the push is still going. They're getting into that second checkpoint. No, they lost 2 players, maybe a third one. Yasmina again holding some pushes, and no, getting killed by a hammer throw, and that was a very important kill because Amina Nest Blast does so much on this map.
Yep, it can cover so much distance. It can get the kills from just that much further than the Luna, and it does kind of just covers a lot more in the same time frame. So already, WoW not really giving up the space in mid, finding the picks, keeping Balatro pushed back, but still losing a player or two along the way. Ooh.
Alright, let's see how it goes. WoW in the lead, but losing some player right now. Balatro are being very, very aggressive. That's a nice pick by the pencil, and I mean, they just need one pick. Everyone is trying to play safe, and they can just pick the others.
Exactly. They're just trying to find the opportunity here to make a push, to I would say for a while to get even further than that 29-point marker. They have their eyes set on that third checkpoint, and at the moment they are headed towards it.
Yeah, definitely. They just need this for the moment because as long as they keep pushing, as long as they keep the pressure on, they are pretty safe. But we are way too far from the end of the game by the timer to play completely safe and just hold the tower on the mid and try to hold people off. They need to output some pressure if they want to keep that on, and they are doing exactly that. Like push to 26, it didn't go as far as previously, but it's alright because they are taking some kills. They are denying Balatro from having the specials as much as possible. They are denying them from taking the turf, so it's win-win.
They're able to keep the fight out of mid, then they're not going to lose mid in the process. But at the moment, there is still this kind of fight for neutral. Unfortunate crab there. Not in the best situation to kind of make the most use out of it. But that's 2 down for Balatro again. They're still stuck here, trying to find some kind of advantage coming back in. But there isn't any to find at the moment.
Isn't any any advantage to find for the moment. WoW are still going. They still have that tower under the tentacles, and push are going. They have the kills. They have everything. Like for the moment, Balatro are just held off in their spot. Oh, what a shot by Yasmina at close range. Max trying to take the pick. Forced to jump off, 45 seconds left, and is not a sign of advantage for Balatro.
Yep, certainly not. They continue to try and find picks, try and hold WoW back, but they're just dying one by one by one. Even if they find a pick, it's not enough to slow WoW down for long. And that is 3 of them down one after another, and still WoW continue to push.
I mean, yeah, if you continue to push, as I said earlier, you continue to output pressure and you deny people from just going forward and pushing yourself. So there's nothing to do, and game number 2 is going to WoW with such a dominance compared to game number 1.
Wait, know what? That meant that no one got on the tower, though. They had cleared it. Oh, no. Balatro, no. Okay, well that means very, very like that was dominant from WoW there. Like Joker didn't even get past 90, I do believe. Yeah, that one push to 90, they just didn't even see it again. They got there once and then they were stuck in spawn / their side of mid the entire rest of the game.
WoW was just so solid at holding everything off. They output some pressure, but not too much. Like they wouldn't take any unnecessary risk.
Yeah, they were trying not to take unnecessary risk. Balatro trying to just get picks, get anything, get people off the objective, but it just didn't end up working for them at all. It does bring us back to Humpback, though.
Humpback zone again. Interesting one. And I mean, to me, I get why it may not be very pleasant to play on Humpback. Personally, I don't like to play on Humpback, but I love to commentate people playing on that map. It's always so interesting.
It is like it doesn't feel like it plays the same as most maps because of the sloping effect of the mid and how like different areas of mids play so incredibly differently. Because you're all fighting for the very middle of the map, you tend to be fighting up or fighting kind of away from it as you approach. So, yeah, intriguing to see if we have a roller.
I mean, roller's really good on Humpback. You can sneak in and do some surprise attack pretty easily. So yeah, not a bad pick at all, and I'm not surprised to see it there, but for the moment it's very disputed on the mid. The first crab was launched, but the zone is yellow.
And it continues to be for the moment. That is 2 down on the side of Balatro versus just 1 down on the side of WoW. They're trying to find their way in, and the hammer doesn't end up working. So that's another special going down for Balatro. Oh, and the flank doesn't work either.
They passed the 50 points mark and it's still going. What a shot by the Nautilus. They only have one special, and that one special isn't too good at taking back a zone, but it can enable some pushes, so keep an eye open for that Luna Blaster. But
Never
20
mind.
points left. It's... Oh...
Oh, this is such a struggle. The Luna trying to hammer on the left-hand side, able to get a pick with it. Is this going to be enough? Oh, is this going to be enough? They need to get it covered. There we go. They're finally able to push it over to their side, get control. Can they keep it with 2 down? They should be able to, but that is actually really important. They got rid of that Sniper Rider. It can paint so much from so far. This is what Balatro was looking for. Oh god, but with 5 points left on the side, wow, that's a struggle.
Yeah, 5 points left, they need an equal push, but wow, that was retaken so fast with the wipeout, with the ink strikes. Yep. Wow, still very dominant. I mean, they are just in control again of whatever's happening. They see everything coming at them, and they have the right answers for it.
Yes, they do. There are moments where Balatro is able to overpower or overwhelm WoW, but it doesn't tend to stay and continue for too long. They're not able to get the kind of holds that WoW have gotten that pushes to 5. So at the moment, Balatro is able to get the zone. They just need to keep it, and the roller at the moment making that difficult.
I mean, a roller is always difficult to manage because it's an unusual weapon, and it always creates a surprise. So you don't have a lot of training against this weapon. The matchup is a bit weird always, and if it manages to sneak in correctly, you're just getting surprised, and not by the matchup, just by its positioning.
Yes, if a roller, if you haven't seen a roller in a while, they're probably behind you, is what I tend to believe. during most situations. We're coming up on those penalty points being over, but never mind! Important to mention, but immediately incorrect. So Balatro trying to get through their penalty points, but seemingly denied immediately by WoW. That's gonna be this covered again, isn't it? Or it should be. I don't think they're actually actively, there we go, trying to paint that zone. But back to the penalty points for WoW.
Back to penalty point, and I mean it's working out for them as long as they are getting a bit of those penalty points down and keeping control, keeping some pressure. Again, I mean that's the exact same situation as at the previous game. They have a huge lead. They can let go of the objective for a bit. It doesn't matter as long as they don't completely lose it.
Yes, indeed. And they're certainly able to continue applying more penalty points on. As we're seeing, they get the moments where they're able to recap, and even if they're not on zone and able to follow up, it still makes it very difficult for Balatro to kind of stay put. And with 3 of them going down there, that does mean that yet again, Balatro on that back foot, last 30 seconds, not what they need. They need to get to that zone. They need to get to it. This is going to turn out well, but maybe.
Maybe. Just maybe. They have the zone, they have some kills. They need some specials now. They definitely need some specials now. Yasmina with the roller a bit alone on that left side. That might be it. I mean, we're down to overtime. If they let go of the zone, if the zone is painted yellow, it's over. But at the same time, Balatro has a total mental edge. Never mind! The ink strike in that zone that's needed. Wow, that was such a quick recap.
Yep, yes, you could do so much with strikes and just a bit of paint power. They were able to get the cap just when they needed it. That is the problem with overtime. You need such a strong defense once you get there. And if there's strikes online, you are going to struggle even more. So yeah, WoW able to kind of do that 3-game sweep there. But it doesn't tell the whole story. Balatro put up a hell of a fight the whole way through, but just not quite enough to win over WoW there.
Yep, not quite enough, but that was still very, very close. I mean, the first game was incredibly close, incredibly interesting to see. And even if game 2 and 3 were like way less close and WoW just had the edge for the whole games, Balatro was able to try and sneak in some points and get close to maybe a lead. So well played. Well played by both teams.
Very well played.
And that's where we're gonna leave you because it's 9 p.m. here in my time. So it's time for the block number 2. We'll give it to Pat, and I'm so sorry because there was a change of commentator. So we'll give it to Pat J and Mari. Before we leave, Zari, where can we find you on the different social medias?
Well, you can find me on Zarny at Zarny on Blue Sky, SPL Zarny on Twitter, and Zarny on Twitch, where we play a collection of games. Some of them Splatoon, some of them others. What about yourself, Inquiry?
It's written on your screen. I mean, as long as you type correctly Inquiry22, you will find me eventually, whether it is Twitter, Twitch, Blue Sky. I have Instagram, I have YouTube. Type it, you'll find me. I don't do a lot of content creation. Most of what I do is commentary, whether it's for Padding Pool or for my own associations, Splatoon association. So go see it if you want. And we'll leave you here. It was a blast. Thanks, Zarini, for commentating with me, and thanks a lot to Joe Ryan for the camera and the stream.
Yes, it was so much fun. I've really enjoyed that, but we're going to have to pass you guys over to Block 2. Thanks for having us. And yeah, there's more Splatoon to come, so do not be going anywhere.
Stay tuned.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool 322. I am Pat here with Mari, ready to watch the winners finals of this tournament. Mari, welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm really excited to get started. This looks like a fantastic map list, and we've already seen WoW, but we haven't seen Frutella, so I'm just really excited to see the unknown that we're going to see from Frutella, and really excited to see what they'll bring in. How are you?
I am doing great. We had to wait a little bit because Frutella, they are going through sub after sub right now, adding people to their roster as people have to go do things. And but yeah, here they are with 1 million people on in their team, with 4 people in the lobby preparing to fight on Shipshape Cargo Company. And yeah, that's where we're going for tower control, Mari.
Yeah, so we just saw WoW, and I know what I'm expecting from WoW, because something that was really noticeable for me was the S-Blast that we saw.
Yes.
And I feel like on TC, it's gonna be such a hard force to counter, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, just being with the S-Blast is always a menace every Paddling Pool tournament. But Frutella are very well used to these shenanigans, and they're bringing 2 buckets? Okay, so Frutella is going to rely incredibly on the pencil to paint, and both of these buckets have honed. What is this comp from Frutella?
Something else that I noticed is the Rapid Pro Deco has opening Gambit. So I feel like we're going to see super fast, as we can already see with WoW already going 2 down. We're just going to have a battle after battle, I feel like, with these comps.
And these battles are going the way of Frutella right now. Everybody gets shredded all the time. And that's the thing, these weapons, they play so well together. There's constantly chip damage and AoE damage everywhere, all the time, all in favor of Frutella. WoW was not ready for that, as Frutella is getting to the second and final checkpoint.
This is an absolute blink and you miss it, as it looks like they've already finished the final checkpoint. Finally going 3 down with WoW being able to get back in. They got that jump, which lets them get into that top left area, but with all those points on the board, okay, they did not finish that last checkpoint, I was wrong, but with 2 checkpoints to go, 1 checkpoint to go through, and all those points, that's a really hard score to get back on the scoreboard.
Yeah, but right now, WoW was able to get a lot of splats. They are now on the checkpoint as well. Frutella are respawning, are putting themselves back in motion, but not soon enough. They concede the checkpoint and they lose 3 players. Slurpchad, the last squid standing. It's a wipeout for WoW. WoW has all the momentum. They're gonna take the lead.
Oh my gosh. This is a blink and you miss it game with the score just going so back and forth. I don't know if Frutella will be able to get back in there and get the tower before knockout.
It's non-stop, and what an answer by WoW. I mean, Frutella was very much a glass cannon with their comp. They were great for attacking, they were great for moving forward as one and getting picks, but the second they had to defend, it was a very, very different dynamic, and WoW able to simply be more solid in their push, Mari.
Yeah, no, an impressive showing by WoW, because I feel like when you get that far down, where in the first minute of the match they are able to get to the final checkpoint, it's such a hard lead to come back to. And not only did they come back from that lead, but they were able to get the important picks to knock out. That shows a lot of strength in them, just in their team play and their mental. And I'm just really excited to see where it's going to go from here. Has WoW found their momentum, or is Frutella going to be able to strike right back with the next game?
I mean, Frutella had a very special comp, a very weird comp.
Mhm.
If I were them, I would switch to something more classic, especially going onto barnacle zones. They need better tools to defend. They need better tools to paint than what they had in this previous comp. I feel like if Frutella are able to be a bit more solid, a bit more reliable in what they do, we're gonna see a very, very close game. And let's get right into it, Murray.
Yeah, we're seeing the very similar comp. I don't know if we had that splash last time, to be completely honest,
Yeah.
but it isn't some added paint in for Tella, and also that crab. It's really nice added pressure for them to have to get back in. And I'm just wondering to see what we'll see in this game.
Yeah. I mean, that splash and that crab will give them more paint. They still have Burst Bomb, which will combo very well with the rest of the team. Now, WoW have shown their strength, are here to fight, are already losing their S Blaster, and it looks like Frutella is going to take the first push once again.
Yeah, already 2 down. 3 down. I feel like this is going to be a good opportunity for points from Frutella because they're already all the way in there, taking a lot of space. They do have to back up a little bit now, and there's that crab online from the side of WoW. But I don't know, are they going to be able to get back in with this?
Well, right now it looks like WoW are able to push in, are able to get the punish on the crab. The crab forced to move out. Frutella is getting shredded, and WoW is in control of the zone now. But it's 2 versus 2. The fight is not over. It looks like Tommy Echo is getting the jumps on the zone. WoW able to take control of the zone, but Frutella is already there to get the repush. It's not a clean control by WoW.
Yeah, and this just shows the skill in these players, how quickly they're able to take those fights, and how quickly they're able to switch from defense to offense. As we're talking about this, we're already back into a mid-fight with the points coming down. We're close to a lead shift here, but 2 down on the side of WoW. That's not going to be a lead shift for them as they're unable to hold on. Just that splash online, and they're able to get that pick on the slosh, and they have that crab online. I think that crab will probably be crucial for them getting back in the mid as it gets a pick already.
Ooh! And with the second pick, it looks like WoW will be back onto the zone, getting it back. I mean, we're pretty tied between these two teams. Same amount of penalty, almost the same amount of point. Very much back and forth right now as Frutella is using their crab to repaint the zone, reapply penalty, maintain their lead. But WoW is still there, still repainting, and with 3 players down, WoW is going to take control of this game, of this whole map.
Yeah, these players are so evenly matched, and when they get the space to take it, they really take that space. This is probably going to be a lead shift. Please do not commentary curse this. Yes, it will be a lead shift in favor of WoW. And with both sides having 1 down, numbers look even. Strikes coming out. Will they be able to get back into the zone and get that penalty online? Because points are going down, and they do.
Yep, the points are going. I mean, WoW was able to get a good lead. Frutella applied penalty, but they were not able to put themselves in position yet. WoW are still with the zone right now, getting more and more, and Frutella are in a position we're not used to see them here in Paddling Pool. They are struggling.
Oh my gosh. This is such a brilliant showing from WoW. You cannot get them down. I feel like so far Frutella has come out of the gate swinging, but right now with the score going down, we're already at 10. I don't know if they'll be able to get back in the zone in time to avoid knockout.
Yep. And that's game 2 for WoW. WoW very much getting game after game, and Frutella are matching their firepower, are able to fight them. But in the end, WoW is the more solid team.
Yeah, I think Frutella just has such a powerful showing at the beginning of each game, but I wonder if WoW just adjusts really well to the comp that by the middle of the game, it
Mhm.
becomes even, and then by the end of the game, it's just a complete knockout.
I agree. I mean, WoW very much struggled at the start. Frutella has this explosive opening, and the double bucket really does that, allows them to simply win the fights. But when it comes time to really hold the ground, to do retakes, it's a different business. And yeah, in neutrals, Frutella has the advantage, but the rest of the game, WoW was able to take more and more. And once they know the few spots where the buckets like to be, it is very much, oh, here's the bucket, let's splat them, and let's go to the next one.
Yeah, at this level especially, it's such a matter of who can last the longest, because you might come out of the gates raring, but if you're not able to finish the race, then it's really just not going to be in your favor no matter how strong you come out in the beginning.
Mhm.
And I feel like we really see that from Frutella. It's so amazing, because if you see
Yeah.
the beginning half of the game, you think there's a completely different ending to each of these games.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is, and that's the problem with having two of the same weapon quite often, is that
Yeah.
they're going to try to do the same thing. They're going to try to be in the same spot. Frutella right now, technically it's an established team, but they have 1 million subs and it's a pickup right now. And it's hard to coordinate these kind of things. And I think only having one bucket is going to be good for Frutella. It will allow them to coordinate better. Right now they have more paint. They are more solid with a 52 gal. They'll have more time on the ground. They'll be able to keep themselves there.
Yeah, this comp is a lot more even. It has a lot more fighting power with that gal and that wall giving a lot of entry into places. They already have a power clam on board, but I don't know if we'll be able to see much follow-up as that crab's online and under the basket, taking a lot of space and keeping it off guard. That S-Blast getting a great pick, and WoW's already found their way into mid, and that 80 score is just not going to do much for them.
Mari, I've seen this before. Frutella winning the first fight, getting the points, and then WoW coming back stronger, making more points. 60 is not that much, honestly. Nice defense by Frutella, who are able to retake control, put themselves back onto the map, and with a crab tank, Frutella will prepare another attack. They have a lot of clams, Mari, and they're ready to push in.
I'm already seeing a difference in this game versus the last two. It looks like we'll be able to. We do get a lead shift, a pretty good lead shift too, to the 40, and it's already a lot different because not only were they able to go onto defense, but from defense they were able to go onto offense back. We did not see in those previous games.
It's so even right now, but no, actually, WoW is forced out. Only their backline is staying in control, staying alive. Frutella is maintaining their presence, and this time, as you said, they're able to come back. They're able to solidify themselves, and they're not making the mistakes that they were doing in the previous games. But we're only 2 minutes in, there's still a lot of time. And as I say that, WoW just lost their pencil. This could be another push for Frutella.
Yeah, they have. Well, they had 7 power clams with that splash, but the splash does go down. They have a power clam, they have another. Oh, and they don't have any follow-up clams now that their slosher has gone down. The edit going for a crazy play there. But I don't know if we'll be able to get any follow-up here because it's just going to give another power clam to the side of WoW.
And Frutella, they committed resources to that push, so they decided, well, we just use the special, let's get in and put the super clam in. But as you said, they didn't make extra points, and they gave a super clam to their opponent right there. WoW will have opportunities to move in, but right now, they first need to put themselves in control of mid. And to do that, they need to win the next fight.
Yeah, that S-Blast able to get 2 down, so it's an even fight now. And with that pen being there, it's really easy to push up, but it looks like the pen is keeping a good distance away from the slosher and the gal. Able to keep a little bit of space. Both sides get 1 down, but it looks like even though these are all trades, they are going really in the favor of Frutella because Frutella is able to keep that space even with the trades.
Yeah, we see these big team fights and lots of players fall down, but in the end we see more players from Frutella that are ready to fight again, that are ready to attack again, and they reopen the basket, they extend their lead right there. They're getting more and more and more. If they can keep that basket open, they could score even more.
Yeah, unfortunately the basket will close, but that is more added on points that will be harder for WoW to get back in. They've only opened the basket once, and we have 1 minute left in the game, so this might come down to an overtime situation, and 2 players... Well,
Whoa.
3 players are down from the side of WoW. Breathe and you miss it. Score is going down. This is going to... It's going to be a knockout. Oh my gosh.
It looks like Frutella figured it out. They changed their comp, they changed the way they played, and it really worked for them. They have a point on the board.
Yeah, I feel like the comp, because they didn't have the 2 sloshers kind of trying to go for the same spaces or trying to do the same jobs, they're able to do more things, they're able to put down more pressure, and they're able to get more off of the different specials and different aspects that they had in their comp.
Yeah, I mean, very well played by Frutella. WoW was dominating the first 2 games. Honestly, Frutella was able to win the fights, but were not able to take control of the games. Now, Frutella answered really with more control, with more pushing, with more splats especially. And now it's on WoW to adapt, Mari.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this next game will go, because for Frutella to win this set, they will need to do a reverse sweep. And I feel like these teams have been so evenly matched, that'll be a little hard, because on Clams Umami, they had that crab tank, which is so good on that map, and they had that edit, which is also amazing on that map. But on Rainmaker Undertow, those things might not be as great as they were on Clams Umami. So I'm really curious to see how this next game will go. And then also, if we even get to a game 5, which I really hope we do, I wonder to see how it'll go with that comp on PC. Inkblot, sorry.
You know what I think could work on this map, Mo and Murray?
Yeah.
Double bucket.
I don't know.
It's Rainmaker. If they get the splats fast, it could work, and they have so many ledges on this map. If there's a map mode to bring double bucket, it's this one. But they're tired of double bucket. They don't want to go back there. They stick to the combat worked, and we can't blame them for it.
Yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it. You know, we're seeing same comp on both sides, and it looks like already Frutella's gotten the pop on the Rainmaker, but they have gone 3 down. Oh, sorry, 1 down, 2 down now with that crab tank out, but no momentum gotten from that crab tank so far. It looks like.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be WoW taking the momentum and not able to get the checkpoint. I think there was some hesitation. They thought they could get the right checkpoint, but they had to move back because Frutella respawned fast enough. And right now Frutella able to deny the push, able to put themselves back in position, and it's on WoW to defend.
Yeah, we do see those specials coming out. It's just the Rainmaker now, so it doesn't look like Frutella's gonna get a push off of this, as they're now respawning in. They have those strikes online for defense, but that crab tank is coming out from the side of WoW, taking up a lot of space, but 2 do go down to that Gal, it looks like. That Gal is doing God's work out there right now, keeping WoW at bay.
Yeah, it's doing a lot, but they grab the Rainmaker right as they lose their front line. That's a wipeout. WoW taking back control, repopping the Rainmaker instantly, and they're already back in position to attack.
Yeah, it's so crazy. We are nearly 2 minutes into this game and we haven't seen any checks broken, which is something that you normally expect from a map like
Yeah.
this that can be so snowbally. We might get a check break here, but that crab tank is coming out. Oh, but they are able to get that check first. I don't know if they'll be able to sustain it though with one player being down. But also Frutella has a player down, so I don't know.
I mean, the push is not over, it seems. WoW are still trying to push in and are re-grabbing that Rainmaker, trying to make a few more points. And with 2 down on Frutella, it looks like WoW are going to get these points. I mean, and they're not stopping. A repop, they re-grab, and now they're running 19! 19, that's huge. We had to wait for a good push, Mari, but it's a good one.
Yeah, we had to wait, which is not something we're used to seeing on a map like this, but 19, that's a huge push. This map is so snowbally though, so it's a potential that we might see a lead shift, but
Yeah.
they've already used so many of their specials just getting back into mid. I don't know if they'll have much to use to push up, especially because they have that Booyah Bomb ready to just stop any push.
Yeah. Right now we see Frutella fainting, being patient, but losing a few too many players. There's no push in store for them. They're simply keeping the Rainmaker there. And honestly, that's not that good a spot to keep the Rainmaker. WoW will have another push for free right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with this
What?
crab tank coming from behind. It does look like it's just that splash now, but they do get him pick. I wonder, will they be able to get any more? I don't know if they're going to go for it, but they are definitely causing a distraction, and that is preventing Frutella from getting in as fast as they would like to. 2 are down from the side of WoW, so if there's any time for them to have a push, this is as good as any, especially because I have that crab tank online.
Right now we're seeing Frutella hesitating, struggling. They repop the Rainmaker, but they don't have a path to the checkpoint yet. They grab it, and with that crab tank, this is their time. This is when it needs to work. Win the last minute, Mari, and they finally they don't
my
even get the
gosh.
checkpoint. Oh
And that's so rough for them because only 40 seconds remain and it was just that splash. So they have to get back in and they need to get into that corner because it doesn't look like WoW's popping it and letting it have any chance of resetting. So they have to push all the way in there with not that many resources.
yeah, I mean, right now, WoW are happy to fight in the center of the map. 3 down onto Frutella. That's a
gosh.
delayed wipe. It's too late. This game is going to be for WoW. WoW are punching their ticket to Grants.
Oh my gosh. And what a devastating game that was, because it felt like Frutella got back in game 3, but
Yeah.
WoW really said, you think you got back into this game? No, we're sweeping this last game.
Yeah, as you said, Frutella figured out how to fight WoW. So WoW adapted, changed a few things, knew what to do a bit better and counter what Frutella was doing, getting a big victory. I mean, Frutella didn't manage to break the checkpoint. On this map, all you need to do to break the checkpoint is dive to the right. Frutella didn't do that. Meanwhile, WoW got so far in. I mean, that's a great show of skill by WoW.
Yeah, and I feel like just looking at these comps, I'd probably expect Frutella to be the team that does that because they have such an aggro comp with just that Gal and that heavy edit. I feel like I'd expect them to play a lot faster than they actually did, and so it felt very weird to see how hesitant they were until just that threat of overtime hung over their heads.
Yeah, and we're going to take a short break as we wait for our next set, which will be in the losers brackets. So don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Paddling Pool 322. I'm Pat again with Mari, and we are ready for the lower finals. We saw Frutella not get their way in winners finals. Now they get a second chance. This time it's going to be against a UK team that I very much love. It's Distinct.
Yeah, and we're immediately going into this game one. I'm really excited to see these comps as we're seeing them on screen right now because we saw so many different comps brought out by Frutella just now, and it looks like we're already getting a completely new one.
Yeah, I mean, Frutella, they talked things out now. They're going serious. They know that every game counts, but they can't lose a set anymore. So they make sure that they play their best. On the side of Distinct, it's. I mean, you might think it's not a classic. This is the Distinct classic to bring both a bow and a roller.
Yeah, and these weapons are so unique to go up against. That mini, not as much, but specifically the kit that the mini is running with that B mini.
Yeah.
We usually see the Zimmy with the bubble, but this B mini is able to put up a lot of pressure. But right now, it looks like this is really going in favor of Frutella. As 3 down, it looks we're about to get our first score on the board.
Yeah, and Frutella are going to take control. They open the basket as they get a wipeout. They don't have that many clams. But with the control that they have, they'll have no problem going back for more. Right now, with the strikes, they keep the control. We're past the halfway mark of the points. And they're still scoring, Murray.
Wow, that was a really important pick on the crab, because if that crab was allowed to stay, that would have been so much more pressure online. 35, that's a really impressive score, especially for the first push. I don't know how Distinct will be able to get back in this game, because right now they need to get into mid, much less get into their plats.
I mean, if Frutella were to do that push once again, they would get a KO. That's how big that push was right now. But Distinct are in a good position. They activate the bubbler and are getting their way onto the platform right now as the Gao for Frutella is coming in, pushing people away. It looks like Distinct will be chased out of the platform and won't get a push yet.
Yeah, that's the hard part. They're able to get those trades, but those trades do ultimately go in favor of Frutella, because Frutella has that higher score, and they also are in their plat, so they get in faster than Distinct would.
Yeah.
It looks
Also,
like... Oh, sorry, continue.
no problem. But also, Frutella has a tactical Distinct doesn't, which means trades are in favor of Frutella, but trades are not happening right now. Distinct are winning the fight, and they are getting to that basket, but they need to win another fight because Frutella respawns so fast, Mari.
Yeah, that cooler, it plays such a crucial part. And look like that. We were in a wipeout situation, but already Frutella's back in mid. They're taking control. They have paint control. I don't know. Distinct is going to have to play really fast and get so many more picks than Frutella is going to need just to be able to keep up with Frutella's cooler.
It is so rough for Distinct right now. Frutella are countering well, are countering them so well, and Distinct. Distinct got control of mid, have a lot of blue on the map, but they lose their players. They're not able to maintain their clans. And with a minute and a half left in the game, Mari, Distinct is in trouble.
Yeah, another really hard thing for them is just that pencil. That pencil can get set up on top mid and provide so much pressure. And while the bow can do the same thing, the pencil provides a lot more paint than the bow is able to. And so we're seeing 2 down from Distinct, not what you want to see, especially when we're getting close to 1 minute. We're going to have to start thinking about overtime soon. It shouldn't be a problem because they have a power clan, but how are we going to be able to get back in?
Yeah, very nice knife by Mooj right there, able to punish the pencil, but not able to create the space for the team. Distinct not pushing yet, and they lose their super clams. They lose 2 players. Frutella will attack. Again, Distinct is more and more in trouble, Mari.
Yeah, there's just that roller online. Everyone else is spawning in. that Strikes is going to cause a lot more area for Frutella to take, and you do not want that, especially with that cooler being deployed in their base. This could be another score, which would be disastrous for the side of Distinct.
Yeah, but right now, Frutella are reopening the basket. 2 super clams in. They have more. Oh, that bucket is carrying a lot of clams. Will this be enough? They activate the crab tank. Distinct fighting tooth and nail just to get back control of their own basket. Frutella putting more clams in. We're reaching the end of the time, and there's no pity clam for Distinct. That's game 1 for Frutella.
Yeah, Distinct just had such a hard time keeping up with the pressure that the Tacticooler gives. Exactly like you said, it just lets them come in so fast. And with the trades, you just can't handle that.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the difference between these two teams. Frutella is a team that has been at the top of weekly tournaments for a while. I mean, they took a break under that name, but all of these players have been playing at top level for a lot of time. Distinct is the team that's reaching the end of these tournaments, that's reaching these finals. But that's pretty recent for them. They're not matching that pace yet. They're not matching these fights yet. And their very unconventional comp is punishing them more and more. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad that they stick to it. It's them, it's their identity. But it's getting rougher for them by the day every time they play it.
Yeah, I'm feeling very optimistic, though, going into TC Ship Shape, because this map has so much more area for you to move around. It's going to really favor that roller because there's not as much open ground as there is on Museum Clams.
Yeah, they'll have more opportunities for sure. But this is the map mode where we saw Frutella get a huge opening in winners finals against WoW, and they all, like, in their first push they managed to get to the second checkpoint. Distinct will have to be able to really defend to stop them if they want to get a foothold on this map.
Yeah, I think ironically something that might help Distinct is Frutella not having that double bucket, because I feel like part of why they got that massive lead at the beginning of when we saw them in winter finals is because they were able to come right out with that crazy comp that's like, wow, I wasn't expecting this. How do I counter this? But we are going to see this into our game 2. I'm really excited to see any comp changes. What are we seeing right now?
Oh, well, we see Julie's on the side of Frutella. Distinct not changing a thing. They know what they want to play. Frutella will dropping the splash in favor of the Julies. That will give them a bit more fighting power.
Yeah, we haven't seen the dualies yet. It does have the same specials as we saw with the splash, but 3 down, just that pen, and the pen has to jump out, and we're getting that jump. We're probably going to be able to clear out that first checkpoint on the side of Distinct.
Yeah, it's a long checkpoint, but right now Distinct has so much control. Frutella is forced to activate the crab. The crab is not going to be enough, and is met with this Distinct special. Distincts are getting momentum. Distincts are pushing and doing what they couldn't in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. They are having to give up a little bit of space here, but clearing out that first checkpoint is really important, and getting halfway to that next checkpoint and being able to get that punish on the bucket when it's pushing up, that prevents any momentum from developing on the side of Frutella, and Frutella's 2 down. I don't know if we'll be able to get back in mid on this unless the Dualies has something crazy to say about it.
Yeah, maybe a bit too crazy, but it's working! It is working! And Frutella is going to push with all of their frontliners now. Going in, getting the fights, getting the splats, and Frutella is going to get that. Oh wait, they don't get the checkpoint yet. There's someone from Distinct to counter. There's no one on the tower. Okay, they're past the checkpoint. We are pretty much even, but Frutella still has a lot of momentum.
Yeah, 2 down on the side of Distinct. A crab tank set up in your base is not what you want to see if you're on the side of Distinct. We should be able to get this pick on the dualies. Not, unfortunately not. It's being able to break that flash checkpoint though, this is probably going to be a knockout situation unless Distinct has a hero play or a miracle.
Well, they are on the tower. They're giving it their all right now, but they get punished.
Oh my gosh!
Oh! It's not over! It is not over! Distinct still able to survive, but they still have to fight for their life in here.
Yeah, it's, oh my gosh, I don't know though, because that roller wipeout, that's not what you want to see. Tower's progressing 1. Everyone's going down. I don't think they'll be able to get back on, and they're not. That's a knockout. Wow.
Mario, we saw Distinct create something, find a counter to what Frutella is doing, but in the end, it didn't matter. Frutella came back stronger, meaner, and again, Frutella always a bit struggling in defense, but when it's time for them to push, when they start getting splats, they simply go in.
Yeah, and we saw this in their other set. They have such a good ability to be able to get that aggro, and while Distinct was able to get on tower and prevent them from getting knocked out there, it wasn't enough to completely push them out of their base, which was what they needed. They needed not a temporary stop to tower. They needed a complete reset of tower.
Yeah, as said, a reset. And now Distinct needs a reset if they want to stay in this tournament. Remember, we are lower bracket. One more game could be the last for Distinct right now. Going on to Hagglefish zones, we'll see how they're able to do. I don't expect Distinct to change their comp again. They like these weapons, that's what they want to play. But they need to change their playstyle. They need to adapt again to what Frutella is doing, and especially going on to Hagglefish, they'll need to find a counter to the crabs and the pencils.
Absolutely, and here we are at match point. To bring this back, we will need a complete reverse sweep from Distinct. And going in, we're seeing the same comp from Frutella and the same comp from Distinct as well. Super excited to get started on this game.
Yeah, it's a go, not much, no change in comps from either of these teams. Distinct able to grab the zone early and to grab a few fights as well, but Frutella is still there, ready to defend the zone, ready to paint over again. I mean, Distinct grabbed a few points, but they didn't grab the control, and now Frutella is going to take that control.
Yeah, it's like we mentioned during the museum game. They get so many trades on both sides, but those trades favor Frutella ultimately. And so like we saw in the beginning of the game, both sides go 2 down, but it favors Frutella because Frutella gets back in so much faster.
Yeah. Frutella right now with the position, with the momentum. The crab is instantly stopped. That's what Distinct needs to do. But they used 2 specials to stop that crab. And now they need to push only with the super chumps and the bubbler. That bubbler is deployed. And they are able to get the zone.
Oh my gosh, I had to hold my breath for a minute because it was so close. Frutella getting back in and immediately getting zone again, and we're just down to the stringer. We can't even breathe for a minute because this game is just so back and forth.
Yeah, Distinct able to answer Frutella right there, but Frutella getting more and more control, more and more momentum. As now they have a crab tank in the tent on this position instantly again. 2 specials thrown at the crab to stop it, but these 2 special will cost Distinct. They have no way to push in now.
Yeah, it's the same thing again. Both sides go 2 down, and it favors the team that's on offense. And oh my gosh, this is going to be a wipeout because with that wipeout, there's no way for them to get back in, and that's it for losers finals.
I mean, we saw Frutella bleed in winners finals. And they really changed things and came back stronger, completely denying any opportunity from Distinct. Distinct will get third place in this tournament, which means, Mari, now we only have to watch grand finals.
Oh my gosh, and grand finals is going to be a rematch of what we saw for winners finals, but after how we saw this showing from Frutella, we see also that added potential of the V-Dualies. I wonder how this is going to change our next matchup. Maybe Frutella's lived, maybe they've learned a little bit more. They've had a little bit of more adrenaline than WoW has. So I feel like this finals might be a little bit more of a fight than the last one we saw.
Yeah, for sure. We'll take a short break so we can set up the lobby, and we will be right back. And it is now time for the grand finals of this Battling Pool 322. I'm still Pat with Mari, ready to watch these two teams that we've already seen, Mari.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this is gonna go. As we know, last time was a 3-1 in favor of WoW, but I'm feeling like this time might be a little different because Frutella has that momentum coming up from losers. But what do you think?
As you say, the momentum Frutella built up, especially since they had to sub someone right before the winners finals. Now they got used to play together. And look at the first map mode we get to see. That's a rematch. It's going to be Rainmaker on Undertale Spillway, and we'll see immediately if Frutella adapted and got better.
Yeah, it could be just a complete rerun of how it went last time, but I don't know. I think what we just saw from Frutella against Distinct, they look really warmed up. They're getting those important picks. They're playing together. They're using their specials, which much more effectively, which was a problem because I remember last time we saw this on them on this map, it really felt like they just used all their specials to get into mid, much less forget pushing in.
Yeah, Frutella was struggling on there, but it's a new Frutella, a stronger Frutella that's coming to fight against WoW. Now, WoW have the edge right now. They only need to win one set as Frutella is coming from the loser side. They need to reset the bracket before winning. So a lot of work to them, but let's get right in the game, Mari, and see how these two teams are doing.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see these comps, which are about to show on screen.
Yep.
There we go.
Yay.
And it looks like we're seeing pretty similar stuff to what we saw. I recognize this comp exactly from WoW, but for Frutella, we did see the dualies and that splat. Oh, wait, no, they switched out their backline. So their backline is now the one on Splash.
Yeah, they moved a bit their players right now, but Frutella with a pencil comp that they didn't have against WoW earlier, and right now, both teams are fighting to get control. They know that they need to get the extra splat before they grab Rainmaker so that they can go through mid.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first one to go down is from the side of Frutella, but both sides are coolered up, so it's not much of a problem, and it just kind of leads to more stalling in mid. But WoW is 2 down. Not if the Pen has anything to say about it. This Pen is just being such a dominant force in mid, taking down all those picks and really solidifying all that space.
Yeah, and right now we see Frutella being able to force the jumps out for WoW. Now, can they grab the Rainmaker? Can they prepare a push? They have the position. Now they need to get the momentum.
Yeah, we need to grab the Rain, which finally Rain is grabbed. I think they were waiting for their cooler to be put down to grab Rain. I'm wondering, because I want to see them push that check as much as they can, because we didn't see that as much, and they are 2 down. The Pen is still behind check on the side of WoW, but checkpoint is broken. This could be a bit of a snowball here with how much people they have online and how much momentum they have.
Yeah, and right now it's 3 down onto WoW. Only the Nautilus to defend, but Nautilus able to stop the Rainmaker. That's what you need to do in that situation. But Frutella is still moving in, getting a lot. The last time they played, they didn't manage to get the checkpoint. Right now, they're about to get a huge lead.
Yeah, the strikes coming out. But not the Booyah Bomb. That Booyah Bomb was perfectly timed. All they need right now is to pop it because people are still spawning in.
Yeah.
Just that knot. Then the knot goes down. I think we might have a... Oh my gosh, barely avoiding the knockout.
This is not over though. Sev is still in there with the splash. Is going to get splatted and forced out. Huge moves by Frutella. Now, if WoW want to win this game, Mari, they need a KO.
Yeah, and that KO is going to be really hard because WoW's already 3 players down again, and they didn't even manage to get that drop out of their spawn with the Rainmaker. So the Rainmaker is still in a really good position for Frutella. Might be a little hard for them to grab, but if they get the positioning and they get the momentum like that Gal is trying to provide right now, then it might be able to just get in and get that checkpoint immediately.
2 minutes left, and WoW is holding their spawn, but that's all they can do right now. All of Frutella is going in, and the bucket is getting behind everybody, attacking again, getting punished, but it's 2 vs 2, and Frutella are gonna get more momentum.
Yeah, right now, I don't think that WoW has been able to leave their base for, I don't know, maybe 2 minutes at this point. It's been an insane landslide right now from Frutella, much different showing from what we saw last time, and it just keeps going.
Yeah, Frutella are maintaining the fight on the same side of the map. I'm making sure that WoW are struggling at every second. And right now, the Rainmaker is moving in again as WoW is forced to defend.
Yeah, there is just one left. It's that Splash, and the Splash is going to be able to get several picks. Oh my gosh. And they have that crab tank ready, so they're able to get those jumps. I was about to say that with that pressure and that one person up, that WoW might be able to get back in, but Splash and all the players, for that matter, have been doing a wonderful job being able to hold up momentum even when they go 3 down.
Yeah, that's the power of the top team, the likes of Frutella. A single player is enough to maintain presence, to maintain a push, and right now Sam is still under that ledge, getting more splats. 20 seconds left, and WoW hasn't scored a single point.
Yeah, not only have they not scored a single point, but they're gonna have to go into overtime, scoring, breaking one pedestal and knocking out. That's a really high thing to ask for them to do in one, and they're 3 down. That's not gonna be overtime, and the first game goes to Frutella. Oh my gosh.
99-0. That's what a score by Frutella, almost getting a KO, not letting their opponent touch the Rainmaker. Incredible control by Frutella, opening that set in absolute domination.
Yeah, completely different from the first set. We were talking about, will they be able to keep up that pressure? And Frutella was like, yeah, absolutely we will be. It's not even a question. They kept it up and never let them score a single point. And that was a completely different team from what we saw in Winners Finals.
Yeah, for sure. Frutella very much able to get so much out of that game. Now it's on WoW to adapt. It's their turn to really answer what Frutella is doing, because right now WoW is in danger. WoW really needs to change a thing or two if they want to match Frutella's power.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they'll really need to be able to get all of the picks that are needed, because something that we mentioned was they would get 3 down on the side of Frutella, but that one last player would just leave them from keep off WoW from getting into mid. I'm so tongue-tangled right now because I'm in shock from how exciting that game was. And it's just, they really need to get that last player to be able to even get into mid.
Yeah, it's rough on WoW, and WoW throughout this tournament they've been relying on their ability to win the fights. Going against Frutella, you can't do that. Frutella are able to match your fight, are able to keep you from getting in the positions you want. Now going into Clan Blitz, going on to Crablet Capital, it's going to be a game of very much putting these pencils in position, putting these crab tanks in position on the grades to take control of the map.
Yeah, something I am really excited to see, though, from the side of WoW is not only the S-Blast, which we talked about during Winners Finals, but
Mhm.
also that Nautilus. I feel like that Nautilus can get a lot of momentum off of a map like this. Getting underneath that grate, if you decide to position on there, that's a free angle for the Nautilus to be able to get you
Mhm.
down.
Yeah, the Nautilus can be the weapon that we shuts down the opponent as they're trying to go in. Especially since Frutella is kind of outranged right there, and Frutella is bringing the Julies that worked for them on the lower bracket. So we'll see how these Julies do. These Julie will have to face the Nautilus though.
Yeah, something I am really excited to see is the Nautilus that we just mentioned. They're playing a different kit this time. They're playing that rain kit, and it's working out so far as they're able to get 2 down with just that dualies and just that pen. The S-Bus does go down in the process, but they get that crab position. And oh my gosh, the immediate pick on the Gal, that's so important. I think they might be able to get momentum here off of the first moments of the game.
I mean, WoW are taking control of mid, which, oh, well, it was 2v2 right now,
my
and an
God.
extra splat. Frutella is coming back incredibly fast, incredibly strong, and now with 2 down onto WoW. That's the end of WoW controlling the map. And look at that, Frutella are already under the basket with enough clams to open it. That is huge.
Yeah, they did lose their main clam carrier though, because that Slosher had 7 clams and then died under a basket with those 7 clams. It looks like they won't get a lot more off of this push, but 68 is a pretty okay push for their first push. The one thing we do need to look out for is that they do give the pity clam to WoW. Free pity clam, free opportunity to get in, but with that crab already being used, 3 aren't down, but are they able to get fast enough in because they haven't even gotten to mid yet?
On this map, I feel like it's not usually the clams that decide the game. It's more your ability to get under the basket, to take control under there. And right now, well, we're able to take control of mid, but they're still struggling to get in. The crab tank is slowing Frutella's movement right there, but it's forced to move because of the strikes, and Frutella is back on the attack again.
Yeah, that's a really good thing about those dualies on the side of Frutella. Not only do they have that crab tank, but they're also a really fast and efficient fighter. Like we just see, taking those fights with that Gal in mid, they're able to get 2 down and get back under the basket. Though they do go down, they have to back up. They are able to take that space and stall for a time being. And every moment right now is crucial for WoW because every moment stops them from getting any score on the board.
It is pretty rough for WoW. They have 2 minutes and a half to get back in this game right now. Frutella are still trying to get in. The Julies coming in for a hard fight. Getting a splat on Jasmine and activating the crab. The crab is punished, but such aggro by the Julies. This led the rest of the team to get control of the whole map.
Yeah, and the dualies we've seen them do that before in Losers Finals. They have an incredible ability to get in there and take space. Right now, it looks like one's down on the side of Frutella, though that's not stopping them because they're not letting up any pressure whatsoever. The pen and the Nautilus both go down on the side of WoW. I think they might be able to score another clam here if they get the right positioning.
Yeah. I mean, Frutella right now have so much paint on the map. They are right next to that basket. They're coming in prudently. They know they want to keep their players on the map as they extend their score, but WoW is back in position. That's going to be the end of that push, Barry. Not many points for Frutella here.
No, not that many. A score to 61. That's a score that we generally expect to see at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh, but only the pen is online. It's a wipeout. They need the clams. They do not have the clams, but they are able to get set up here. They might get a lot more clams on here.
And Frutella have a super clam ready now. They reopen that basket. I mean, they control the spawn right there, and they have so many clams again. Kiki making another ball. extending the score now. That's a huge amount of points. And wow, going into the last 30 seconds, again, haven't scored a single point and need an incredible comeback.
Yeah, something that you could say just a few seconds ago with, okay, 61 is not a bad score. That's 2 power claims, and then you'll be able to get lead. 23, though, that's a much different topic. Getting a score down to 23, especially with your first time opening the basket, and this is a score that they'll need to get in overtime, that's going to be really tough for them to get.
Yeah, but WoW are doing what they need to do right now. They have the super clams, they have the specials thrown at the basket. They're still not able to get in, though. One splat on the bucket is not enough to go through, and the iron defense from Frutella is not enough to stop the basket from being opened. But WoW gets shredded. Also lost a player right there, and that's 2-0 for Frutella.
Yeah, and that's just an awful position to be in. Not only do you have to try to fight your way back, but also you have a DC when you finally open basket. It's not what you want to happen when you're on offense in overtime.
I mean, even without the DC, that was very much a desperate push by WoW, who didn't have enough clams to get the comeback, who didn't have the control the way in. Frutella, very much incredibly strong right there, able to do so much. And yeah, they're up 2-0. I mean, they got to this final through the loser side, but now they only need one more game to reset the bracket.
Yeah, one more game will be a bracket reset, and then they'll need to win another 3 games, which maybe that will give the opportunity for WoW to get a little bit more into it, because right now it looks like they're just not focused. They're not able to get these pushes, they're not able to get these picks, and they just keep going down in fights to Frutella.
Yeah, it's as you say, Frutella getting the better fights, able to simply get ahead. Now we're going to tower control, the momentum mode, the mode where one team can snowball themselves into a KO incredibly fast. It's also the mode that's great if you have a good blaster, which we know WoW has. This is their opportunity. They need to seize it. They need to make this game work.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this is gonna go. Honestly, Joe, in the showing from Frutella so far, I'm not sure how WoW is going to be able to get the momentum in this game, because sometimes Splatoon is a mental game as much as it's a game, I suppose. And being 2 down to a team that you just beat, that's pretty hard on your mental, and you really need a big push to be able to reverse sweep a position like this.
Yeah, very much a rough one for WoW. They don't need a reverse sweep, thankfully for them. All they need is to manage to understand a bit better what to do against this new Frutella. And then they could get into the bracket reset with a bit of knowledge, with a bit of momentum that they could have. But they need to make it work right now. You don't want to go into bracket reset down 3 games in a row.
Yeah, I feel like the hard thing about bracket reset is going into a bracket reset when it's close, you're going to game 5, you're feeling pretty confident. Going into bracket reset when it's a 3-0, that's not a good feeling to have, and it just it really messes with your psyche. But they have a lot of area to turn this around. Let's see if we'll go from a bracket reset. Hopefully, I would like to commentate more sets.
Yeah, we hope to see more of these incredible players right now. And let's get in. Not much of a surprise in terms of comp. Wait, WoW brought Julies of their own. Frutella brought a S-Blast of their own as WoW is not changing their comp.
Yeah, no, this is a really surprise change to see. This is not something we've seen yet from them. Really excited. Oh my gosh! That Espas did not come to play, immediately getting one pick. For, WoW is 2 down, and they have that Booyah Bomb online to be able to hold the pressure, but I think this might be a good starting push for Frutella.
Yeah, Frutella opening strong again. 3 players down onto WoW. That's a delayed wipe by Frutella, who are going to cruise through the first checkpoint and are already preparing getting more.
Yeah, you're saying it's a momentum game for tower control, and it really is. We can see how it just keeps swinging and swinging right now. And yes, they are at 45, and they're not currently on tower, but they do have specials to be able to hold space. But they do get the shred on the Booyah Bomb, which is so important. This might give them the position they need to get back into mid and be able to push that tower.
WoW able to stop Frutella in their tracks, able to defend well and get back control over the map, get back into the fight is what they need to do now. They need to do more though, because I mean there's already a huge lead for WoW, but for Frutella, but WoW still has lots of opportunities, and they have a numbers advantage right now. They're able to get control. That Crab Tank will allow them to solidify a bit and deny the flanks.
Yeah, a really good thing about those dualies, though, is they're able to take the attention away from the Crab Tank. That Crab Tank needed to put pressure forward, but rather those dualies coming behind, and now we see them coming behind again, was able to get that pressure, but it is just the Pen. The Pen needs to back up here, and they are able to get on tower and apply some pressure, and maybe get the pick on the Pen, and they are!
They get the pick and the punishes on everybody to wipe out. Wow, finding the splats, finding the momentum, getting into the game. They're so close to the lead right now, but the strikes are delaying the tower as all of Frutella is respawning now.
Yeah, all of Frutella's back. They might have to give up some space on the tower here. But with that S-Blast coming up, they are able to get the pick. It's even right now in numbers. They do have a lot of ground to make up, though, because that Pen and those dualies are pushing up a lot and taking up a lot of space, preventing them from getting that lead.
I mean, WoW able to get a few more splats, able to put themselves on the tower again, are going to push. All of Frutella is waiting, ready to defend. They need to keep these 3 little points that separate the two teams, and the Booyah Bomb is gonna find one!
Oh my gosh, and they're 2 down. This could be a lead shift situation. It's just those dualies. They need to get on tower. Because this is every second counts. Every second is letting Frutella get back into their spawn and be able to defend, but it is a lead shift. Not by much, but it is a lead shift.
Hey, a lead is a lead. It doesn't matter by how many points. Now Frutella has 1 minute left to get the comeback, but WoW just showed what they can do, just reminding us why they are here on the winner's side.
Yeah, WoW, they needed some warm-up games. They needed a minute to get themselves all together, but now they're able to get back into it. Overtime, we have a minute till overtime starts, so they have to get on that tower, start pushing, but seeing WoW on that tower is not what you want to see with 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, right now, not much time left. WoW holding pretty strong. They know all they need to do is get trades now, is maintain the fight into mid. Frutella needs to push in, needs to get some momentum right now. They're able to get in, but the Crab Tank is defending strong. The S-Blast going to miss. Oh, well, they managed to throw the Booyah Bomb, but right now Frutella are in. They're moving in. This is going to be so close. Can they get the lead? All specials are being thrown. It's a wipeout. What? They took lead.
Oh my gosh, how?
They stayed on the tower in the Booyah Bomb to take the lead by a single point, and now WoW needs to do the impossible.
Oh my gosh, that It's 1 point, but now Frutella has gotten themselves back in the game. Getting a lead in a situation like that right before overtime is such a hard position to get back, especially with those tri-strikes coming in and that dually coming in to try to cheese tower. It should be fine, but no, it is not, and they lose, and Frutella takes the game. Oh my gosh, that was insane!
That was as close as it gets. A single point in the last second of the game. I mean, Frutella got the 3-0, but that last game was incredibly even between these two teams.
Oh my gosh, that was so even. It's such a shock that Frutella was able to get that lead, and I guess it just shows how sometimes when you use Booyah rather than Tri-Strikes as a GG special, it can be kind of hard for it to instantly stop the tower, because Tri-Strikes, you instantly get the kill, but Booyah Tom, it takes a little bit more time, and that just gave that extra time that was needed for Frutella to get that 1 point, and that 1 point means everything. Like you said, a lead is a lead no matter the score.
I mean, when the clock is at the end, all that matters is who is in the lead, not by how much. Right now, Frutella is in the lead. Frutella wins the set 3-0 going into the bracket reset. That is pretty rough for WoW, but they were able to answer what Frutella is doing. They were able to learn what Frutella is doing and how to counter it. Now, going into this next set, they need to do more than tie up the score. They need to beat Frutella.
Yeah, and I think there's a few different ways that you can look at that game if you're WoW. You could look at that game and be like, wow, we really gave them a run for their money, and we kept it so close, and there's just that 1 point difference.
Yeah.
Or you could look at it from the standpoint of just a crazy finish in the last overtime, and we weren't able to get it. I feel like depending on your outlook, this could make or break how they view this bracket reset.
Well, let's see how they look at it right there. It looks like it's going to be a Range Blaster instead of the S-Blast. That's the vanilla Range Blaster with Waybreaker by Jasmine.
Yeah, I think that's the first comp change that we've seen on the side of WoW, because they've been very consistent keeping their same comp. Whereas on the side of Frutella, we see a lot of comp changes every single game.
Well, you say every single game, but they bring back weapons that we've already seen. And these weapons are solid right now, winning the fight, and with a Crab Tank on top mid, WoW is forced out. Frutella is pushing forward.
Yeah, incredible momentum starting off this game. They are 2 down on the side of Frutella. They're able to make a power claim for later reference. But WoW is able to get back into mid, and right now, these teams are so good at fighting. Oh, but it's a wipeout on the side of WoW! Do they have the materials to be able to go pop that basket, though?
It looks like, yes, they opened the basket. They have a lot of clams, and that splashdown is giving them space. WoW, right now, are finding the opening push, finding the control, and they're already past the 50-point mark.
A few games ago, this is the same position that WoW was in. They're able to get this momentum, they're able to get these positions, but now it's WoW putting out this this kind of momentum, bringing us back to how we saw it in Winners Finals.
Yeah, WoW able to win the fights, able to punish, but Frutella activating the crab to retake control of their side of the map. We are back to a fight for mid now, as Frutella had to use their special to get in. But, WoW is getting punished! Huge moves by the Julies.
Yeah, luckily that Crab Tank is online to be able to stop any potential pushes, though the strikes are coming out and make it a little bit difficult for them to hold those positions. And that Booyah Bump, I'm a little worried how much resources they're using just to get in when they haven't even got in yet.
Yeah, we see Frutella waiting for an opportunity that's not coming for them. WoW is very much pushing them out, forcing the fight. And we see more trades going. Oh, it looks like Frutella is staying in control of the map now. They only have a super clam. They don't have extra clams. They're still gonna push with it though. They know if they can manage to put themselves in control, as I say that, they're forced out. They're not able to get in.
Yeah, no, the players of WoW are doing an incredible job just keeping them at bay. They are able to score their first clam here, but I don't know how much they will be able to score. They do get that jump, and it is able to get it in, but that is not a lead change. They have more jumps coming in, so let's see. Oh, but the jump is opting to fight rather than get that lead.
I mean, Frutella doesn't have the clams. That's the thing. They have another super clam at the ready, but they didn't manage to get these clams under the basket. WoW are holding to their lead, holding to it right now. They know that it's always dangerous though, especially since Frutella managed to keep control of most of the map, and with 3 players down, they're gonna push back in with another tacticaler. They don't need that many clams, and they get the lead.
Yeah, there's the lead shift that we're talking about. They're able to get those really important picks. One does go down on the side of Dooley, so they probably won't be able to score more clams, but the damage has been done with that score of 27. It's not a hard score to get when you're already at 44, but it's hard to get when you have a S-Blast in your base.
Yeah, and Frutella right now, they only need 1 super clam to get the victory. They have this super clam ready. That's going to be a jump. And that's going to be game number 1 of this reset for Frutella, who are now on a 4 games winning streak against WoW.
Yeah, and that was just such a strong showing. I remember back in Winners Finals, we were talking about how Frutella, they come out strong, but they lose the lasting race. But this time, it's WoW that we're seeing. WoW came out that game really strong, and they got so much momentum. They got a massive score. But they did not last, and it didn't sustain, and that's half of the battle. Half of the battle is getting in, and half of it's sustaining that.
I agree with you. The rules are very much reversed of the explosive team and the solid team. And now Frutella are riding that momentum and are getting the psychological advantage as well. Well, in that tower control game that we saw earlier, we're able to get something going. We're able to get momentum right there. In Clam Blitz, it was so rough for them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried how this might go forward. We are having a repeat. We are having that Rainmaker Undertow, and this is a map that both teams have been familiar fighting on, as this will be a 3rd time, maybe 3rd time's the charm. WoW took 1 game, Frutella took the other. Maybe this one will come out on top for this map. Let's see.
Yeah. It's on WoW to learn. They've seen Frutella play this map with about this comp. So now really WoW needs to know how to adapt, to have a plan, to counter it. And right now with 2 splats already, it looks like WoW are going to take early control, the Rainmaker, and probably they're gonna score some points now.
Yeah, and there is only that Rainmaker, but that Rainmaker might be able to get checked here, and they aren't able to, but it's really, really close that they are almost able to. It's a good starting lead, but Frutella is back in mid, and 2 members are down on the side of WoW. And they have that cooler, and oh my gosh, just that.
Yeah. Only the pencil for WoW. The pencil is forced to move by a Bouillabon. Frutella going for the checkpoint are punished as well. 2 teams tied again. Forced to wait a little bit more. Kiki is going to get the jumps. And thanks to the strikes, it looks like Frutella will get the repop. Now, can they get the tower with 2 players down? It's looking pretty dire for them. WoW defending very strongly as well. No checkpoint for you.
Yeah, and that was really close lead shift situation to go down from Frutella. If they got a little bit up the checkpoint, they probably would have gotten lead there because it is a little bit of a fragile situation getting that lead before getting checkpoints. But we are having a lot of fights in this area by this right checkpoint. It's a little bit hard for them to clear out, but that Dualies does get punished eventually, and Crabs Online. When are they gonna grab the Rainmaker though with all this momentum?
They're waiting for the control, and they have it. They're swinging to the left as everybody from WoW was defending that right side. Right now, Frutella are holding strong, and with 2 players down, Olympian with the splash needs to be ready, needs to hang there, because, I mean, they can't let Frutella get in. Frutella are too strong when they're in, and with 3 players down, Frutella are gonna cruise to the checkpoint, Murray.
Yeah, easy checkpoint for them with just the pen trying to defend, just in case that is that Booyah Bomb, and now we have that Crab to sustain this push. Getting a lot of points online, 18, really good lead. This is a super snowbally map though, so we could see a situation turn around. But oh my gosh, the Dualie is struggling, getting more jumps coming in from Greats, and this might continue as a push for them.
I mean, this is the Frutella that we know. This is Frutella going strong, going hard. Now WoW needs to get a comeback. They need to get a huge push, as all of Frutella are defending mid, not able to dodge the Booyah Bomb, though. That's a nice start for WoW with 2 down. WoW could get their way to the checkpoint, but no, the Slosher is there to stop them.
Yeah, it was a good trade from the Rainmaker getting the Slosher, but all it does is just kind of delay the inevitable that's happening right now. Ooh, fantastic pick by the S-Blast on that Crab. Oh my gosh, Frutella is just having that S-Blast, and if they are able to get those the jump that the S-Blast has, this could be a really good opportunity to get a push online.
Well, WoW got the repop. They have control over mid, but they still need to get the checkpoint, and the fight is going their way. Actually, 2 down onto Frutella.
Oh my
make
gosh.
that 3, make that a wipeout. Just
And they
need
still have the
going to
Rainmaker.
bank to the side. That's huge. They get the checkpoint, and they're in position to get more.
Oh, but 2 down on the side of WoW. They're getting jumps, and it looks like they were coolered, so it is all right for them to go down. That Crab tank's online. The hardest part about this is that every second that they get picked off, whether they have cooler or not, that is an extra second for Frutella to get more collected and get more together. That Rainmaker is running it though. Oh my gosh, on a wipeout! This could be a knockout! Oh my gosh!
WoW with a point on the board. They learned, they adapted, they struggled, but they got that win, breaking the winning streak from Frutella and making sure we are still competitive in this grand finals.
Yeah, I think right now all I can say is, wow, what a game! Pun intended. Fantastic. They played the steady game like I was talking about, and even they kept up the same momentum that Frutella has been doing, because Frutella, they get that jumps and they keep all that momentum online. They never let up, and that's what WoW did. They went 2 down, but they kept getting those jumps, and they are able to sustain it and get that wipeout, which was so crucial for them keeping that game.
That's really, and I still have no idea about how they do it, but that's how you recognize teams of top players. They're able to push with a numbers disadvantage. They're able to keep going forward despite being what it seems to be a disadvantage. And WoW did that, managed to do that to Frutella. We are now 1-1. Going back to tower control, this time on Macomart. We haven't seen Macomart yet, Murray.
No, this is a newer map for us. So far, been seeing like similar maps and similar modes and stuff like that, but TC Mako completely different from what we've seen so far. I'm really excited to see how the blasters are going to do on this map because on both sides we have fantastic blaster players and they are probably going to have a field day on this map mode.
Yeah, that's for sure. Blasters love this map, and we love blasters when they are popping off. So great for us. Again, this is this kind of map where even if you win a fight quite often, I feel it hard to grab the tower and get to that first checkpoint. You kind of need to really take a lot of control over the map to push because the map is so short, the respawns are so fast. You win the fights and get on the tower, the opponent is already there to defend.
Yeah, I think something that is going to really come in handy for Frutella here is not only do they have that blaster, they also have that slosher. The first checkpoint on this map, it has that ledge where you get a really nice opportunity to camp under and slosh under if you're a slosher, or blast that if you're a blaster. And let's get started on this game. Same comp, it looks like, just splash instead of dualies.
WoW has a different splash. WoW has a splash Neo right there for extra strikes. I mean, we all know how good the strikes are for tower control. And right there, Frutella punishing WoW as they try to push the tower a bit too early. No checkpoint for WoW, and it's now on Frutella to push. But oh, well, here comes the answer by WoW as well. These two teams are both respawning fast enough to really make sure you have to win 2 fights to push.
Yeah, there is just that pen online. They do pop that cooler, so they are able to retaliate. But I think that WoW will be able to break that checkpoint first, which they are able to do. They have those strikes and they have that Booyah online, so that should be able to continue their push a little bit, getting that important pick on the S-Blast right there. And numbers are really even, except now they still are even actually.
Yeah, we're still in that fight. WoW managed to break the checkpoint, and given how close these two teams are, breaking the checkpoint is a huge deal, especially since WoW are maintaining their numbers advantage right there and are pushing back.
Yeah, WoW doing an incredible job keeping up this pressure right now. They're keeping up, never letting up into defense. They are 3 down though, and 1 goes down, so just that End Splash who's respawning. End Splash looks pretty set up, and they should be able to get those strikes on time for when the tower gets closer to lead shift.
Yeah, right now, Frutella, it's their turn to reach that first checkpoint, and as you said, the Slosher under that ledge is dealing a lot of damage, but not enough. Mari well able to come back with strength and deny the checkpoint.
Yeah, this Booyah Bomb will be able to... oh my gosh, beautiful pick with the splashdown right there. That Nautilus knowing exactly where to position to get those splashdown hands to go on top. That pen's a little weak right now, but they're able to keep pushing it and punish that crab tank that they're popping. I feel like Frutella right now is really on the backseat for this game.
Frutella is struggling. Frutella is trying to find something, but with 2 down onto WoW, Frutella could at least get back into mid, get back some control. But they need more than control right now. They need momentum, they need speed. And all of WoW is already in position to defend the checkpoint.
Yeah, they gave so much time for WoW to get back in, and while they did get those specials, they got those strikes, they got that cooler, they got that Booyah, and they popped that crab earlier. It is a lot of time that's spent giving WoW the time to also pay for specials and also get back into mid. And so now, Frutella was pushing, but now it's just a pen online.
It's Frutella suddenly struggling. This new WoW that we're seeing, that's very different than the WoW we saw in the first set of grand finals, is doing so much, but with 2 players down, WoW will need to delay a bit, and here comes the strikes to simply slow down, let the rest of the team come back onto the map. Frutella cannot push right now.
No, I feel like WoW has been doing an incredible job using their specials to target those choke points where Frutella wants to push. Every time there's Frutella getting a little bit of momentum, there's a Strikes online, or there's a Booyah Bomb online, or there's a Splashdown online, just like that, forcing the drop down by the Slosher, getting that wipeout, letting them get to that next checkpoint, and they might even be able to break this checkpoint here with the Strikes coming online.
Last minute of the game, and WoW now has a 2 checkpoints advantage going on to the third. They are pushed away. Frutella still defending strong, but Frutella are stuck on their side of the map, stuck in defense mode right now. They have 25 seconds to find a push, and with 2 players down, they could get it, but they need to win every fight now.
Yeah, and that second checkpoint, WoW was able to break that second checkpoint, but it's so hard to break, especially when you're in overtime.
Yeah.
Those Strikes are online, and they have that GG specials, and it's just the pen on both sides. Going into overtime, they are not able to get the tower, and now WoW takes ahead of Frutella after a insane 4-win streak for Frutella.
Yeah, well, right now we're on a 2-game win streak for WoW, who are on tournament point for the first time tonight. One team is 1 game away from the crown.
Yeah, WoW just didn't have an impressive showing during the grand finals, but during bracket reset, they're really getting back in. Maybe that break in between winners finals and grand finals just made them a little cold, and all they needed was grand finals to be able to warm up.
Yeah, it's a great game right now by WoW, but we are going to... Okay, so you don't know Frutella that well because you're NA, right?
Yes, I am. I'm a little bit new to these EU teams.
Mm-hmm. Well, Humpback Bump Track is Frutella's domain.
Okay.
Wait.
Signature map.
I say signature map, but it's WoW that put it on their map list. So anything's possible. This is... I mean, WoW put this on their list. This is the kind of map where we usually expect Frutella to shine. So expect fireworks between these 2 teams going onto Humpback zones.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a really close game. TC Mako wasn't super close, but going into a map that Frutella is known for, and also a map that WoW picked, I feel like this might be really explosive, like you said, on both sides, and we might just have a lot of momentum and stuff happening this game.
Yeah, lots incoming, lots possible. Let's get in the game.
Okay, so similar comp coming out from both sides. Oh, but we do have that end splash coming out from both sides now. WoW started with it, but Frutella's following with that. Really important here, as if you position the Strikes well on the zone, you can get an auto cap basically.
Yeah, capping the zone fast can do a lot, can do so much. And right now we have both teams getting into the fight, throwing the Strikes onto the zones. And we still have both teams like fighting for neutral. This is still anybody's games, but it looks like Frutella is going to take control of the zone.
Yeah, Frutella was able to get WoW out after a while, and they do get a lead, but it looks like WoW might be able to get a little bit of momentum here, but WoW's just having a really hard time getting out of their spawn from what I see.
It's a struggle right now, but it's a flip of a zone by WoW who take control, but ooh, that splashdown is not going to find its mark. It's a trade between the Knot and the Slusher right there. Both teams still fighting for the zone. Another set of strikes. The strikes are constantly flying, Murray. And Frutella is back in control of the zone. Ooh, wait.
I have a feeling that we're going to say strikes are online a lot this game, because this is the strike map. As I say that strikes are online again for the side of Frutella. They get that auto cap, making WoW have to go through their oh my gosh. The S-Blast getting insane triple, shutting down WoW, getting close through their penalty points, but not being able to break those penalty points yet.
Ooh. And Frutella winning the fights on the zone and in front of it are going to take control. They don't have much penalty. We're still early in the game right there. Which means, wow, now they need a push. They need a push and they lose that fight.
Yeah, a trade still good, but a trade is something that figures the people in the lead, which is Frutella, because Frutella has these points just ticking down right now. Those strikes weren't able to get that auto cap, and right now we went from a score of like 61 to 26, which is a lot different from a score of 51.
Yeah, and the lots of strikes are thrown again. Last chance for WoW. Can they cap the zone and keep themselves in the game? Can they deny the game 5?
Oh my gosh!
I mean, they get back control, and with the amount of splats that they got, they're gonna get control of the whole of mid. Which means it's their turn to score good points, Murray.
Yeah, this is what they needed. They're finally back on the scoreboard. They're using strikes to counter their opponent's strikes. But more strikes are online because they also have the strikes from that bucket. Double pair of strikes. You can counter one pair of strikes with one pair of strikes, but I don't think you can counter two pairs of strikes with one pair of strikes. It's just a massive back and forth in mid right now. And I feel like WoW needs to really get a heavy lockout to be able to get as many points as Frutella was able to get.
WoW maintaining their presence, but the strikes were enough to cap the zone, reapply some penalty. Frutella are keeping the time going their way, but they can't do that forever. I feel like there's a minute left and WoW is about to get rid of their penalty and score more points, Mary.
Yeah, something that's been a constant thorn in their side is from that right elbow area. There's constantly been someone there coming in. It's a 2v2 right now, and they have that splashdown, but the Booyah coming in might be able to penalize the score, but they are able to get that pick. If they are able to keep it painting, they might be able to keep it online, but that pick on the pen, even if they're not able to do anything with that, that is still a massive pick for them.
Frutella retaking the zone once more. 30 seconds left in the game. It's looking pretty dire for WoW. They need to get a push now. They need to throw the strikes at the zone again, as Frutella are answering with strikes of their own. WoW needs that push to win big. They need to take control.
Yeah, they got what they needed. They're able to prevent those strikes, but the Nautilus goes down and doesn't get that trade. They were coolered, so it is an okay thing to do. But in overtime, you never want to see any of your players go down. And Frutella is able to cap that zone with strikes and take us to a game 5.
Final game of the tournament. These two teams have given us a show. They both had their dominant set. WoW in winners finals, and Frutella in the first set of grands. Now we are 2-2, one game to decide it all. And that game, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be off Clamblitz again on Scorch Gorge.
This could be really interesting because Clamblitz is a mode that both of them have had really strong showings on. So we haven't seen Scorch yet either come out of for either team, so we don't know how they do on the map mode. But we know the mode, and we know how explosive both teams are on this mode, and how this might just be another constant fist fight in mid like we just saw with this team.
Yeah, and it's a classic mode. It's a mode that these two teams have played a lot, know full well, and this is the kind of classic. I mean, this is why we have it as a tiebreaker for the tournament. It's it's Gorge for Clams. Pay attention to these grades, Mari, because you'll always have a cheeky player coming to maintain some pressure and threaten a push through these grades.
Yeah, there is so much and so little at the same time area to push from, because you have that ramp, you have those grates, but both of them are a little bit of exposed positions. So I have a feeling that the pens are going to be a massive problem on this map, because if you're trying to progress up those ramps or up those grates, you're gonna have to deal with a pen in your face, and that's not an easy thing to deal with when you're exposed and you're trying to fight your way up.
Yeah, and we've seen both of these teams take space, get forward, get in very fast. Here, they'll have to do that while they are juggling the Clams, which will change a bit how they do. But yeah, let's go. All on Clam Blitz, on Scorch Gorge. Let's get right in the game, Mari.
Okay, I'm so excited. This will be our final game in this bracket reset. This is honestly a commentator's dream, being able to get the whole grand finals and then get the bracket reset. So I'm seeing the same comps, but we are going back to that V-Splash on the side of Frutella rather than that N-Splash we saw last game.
Yeah, they don't need to repaint that zone over and over. They'd rather have a Crab to simply hold control over the map, over this wide map. And right now, Frutella opening pretty strong, but there's trades left and right. Both teams hemorrhaging players as the Nautilus is going in, trying to get the splat, but getting punished for it. And Kiki will make a Super Clam for Frutella.
Yeah. Like you said, WoW had the momentum, was going in there, but suddenly Frutella is in their base, and they have that power clam online, and two players go down on the side of WoW. We're probably going to get a score on the basket here.
And this is Frutella getting control, getting momentum, getting to 50 points already. The strikes are coming to stop things, but they're not finding their mark right there. Frutella still under the basket with an extra tactical. They'll extend the lead. We're reaching the 30 points mark. Mari, this game could go very fast. Just 5 more clams is all Frutella needs right now.
Yeah, only 2 players are alive on the side of Frutella. They're gonna need to fight their way in to be able to get. They do get 1 clam in, but I expect that will be the last clam because no one else looks like they're ready in position to go into that basket. They have another power clam online, but if you are WoW, you have to be feeling really scared that it's only the first minute and a half, and there's already a score down to 8.
And Frutella didn't lose that much control. They still have presence in mid, which means, wow, we'll need to win 2 fights in a row just to get in. Right now, Frutella doing so well, getting the punish on the pen and getting more splats. Kiki in position to hold. WoW is in such danger right now.
Frutella is just having such an okay time holding the space. They are in mid, they're just comfortably holding the space, and they're comfortably getting picks. Even when they do get those trades, and they do get a pick, that's not a trade, but they do manage to get that splash, which does put a little problem in. But they're probably going to be able to score 2 power clams, which is really going to cut down their penalty.
We're so close to the end. The crab tank is the last squid standing. They're gonna put 2 more clams in just to extend the lead to 5. But this time, WoW was able to take back a lot of ground. And this time, it's WoW's turn to paint around to grab the clams. But oh wait, they lose 3 players. Oh, Frutella not stopping. Frutella back on the attack. They're already under the basket with more clams.
Frutella is not letting up right now. They said we let it get to a game 5. That's not what we wanted. We want to keep this pressure up. We want to let the people know that we are the definitive winners of this set. And so we're not giving it WoW any opportunities to get into mid. We are seeing that S plus come around, but nope, that Crab Tank easily saw it and immediately got that punish on him. And we have just the pen online and a power clam on ramp. This might be the end of the game.
That power clam is coming, and that's Frutella. Absolutely dominating that final game. I mean, WoW made it close, but in the end, Frutella reminded us who they are and what they can do.
Yeah, Frutella was telling us it's not a fluke that we got 4-game win streak. This is who we are. We came to win, and we're not going to stop until we win. So they decided to come back with a vengeance after losing 2 games and just immediately get that game game 5 for us in an easy knockout.
Yeah, I mean, great game by Frutella. Great game set by both of these teams. Honestly, we've had quite a delight to watch, Mari. But yeah, that's the tournament. That's a victory for Frutella, who bring home another Battling Pool title. And before we say goodbye, Mari, where can we find you on the internet?
People can find me on Blue Sky at Maritime with 2 I's after the R. And also find me on Twitter, but I'm not on the dreaded Elon site anymore, so I probably don't post there much unless you're looking for team updates from me. But where can they find you, Pat?
You can find me on Blue Sky as well at Badger Tom. It's written on your screen right now between all the gifts that Dorian is giving us. By the way, I'd like to give a huge shout out to our wonderful observer, Dorian, always doing a banger job on the camera. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Dapple, for having us again. And we'll see you in the next one.